Okay, everyone, we're back. As the title suggests, okay, I hurt my eye. So if it really starts acting up, we might call this. I'm hoping to get a good, 5 or 6 hours in on this stream. And this time it will be entirely on this chapter. And will not be stalled by me having to complete the question mark, and the tea party. I also have a new pop filter, so I can finally say my P's and not blow out my mic. Um, Honestly, it's kind of disruptive. I don't really like it. It's pretty fucking big relative to what my mic is, and don't necessarily love that, but I'll get used to it. But my left eye is going blurry on me. I was in the shower, and I have I'll get the game open here. Um, Ow. I have like a bar soap that I use, that's made specifically for using on your face. And usually what I'll do is I'll put it on and I'll leave it on for like a minute. You probably don't have to, but fuck it, I'll leave it for a minute. And then I was putting like conditioner on, and as I was doing that, it must have dripped down out of my hair into my eye. And the weird thing is, excuse me, sorry for the hiccups. Holy fuck, my left eye is going bonkers. It's like I have water in my eye all the time. Having a really hard time clearing. And by clearing, I mean it's like not clearing ever, but it's okay. We'll deal with it. It's just more so annoying than anything. But yes, I got it into my eye, and you would think that because it's specifically made for the face, that it is tear-free. Not true. Okay, I can promise you that it is not true. It was not no tear, not no anything. It fucking hurt. To the point where I was legit like wailing in there. I was like, holy fuck, like like losing my shit as it was happening. Yeah, it was not a good look for me at all, in the slightest. Not a fan. But I was like trying to like flush out my eye. Like, man, I work in a lab, so I'm used to like eye wash procedure and stuff. But sorry, when I say I work in a lab, I do labs at school. I do lab work, I should say, rather, not that I work in a lab. And so I'm familiar with the procedure and you know what to do. That motherfucker just hurt. It hurt bad, and it's never done that before. I don't know if my eye was extra sensitive. I don't know if maybe I had got something in it earlier, etc. Let me make sure my note is working. Yep, it is. Perfect. Yeah, just not a good look. It fucking hurt. So, the recap for the last stream. Also, I'm apologizing in advance for how there's been a intermittence in between streams, relative to how it was for the last week. Just been like waiting, bad sleep schedule, things of this sort. Expecting a stream almost every day until Monday of next week. It's currently just rolled over into Wednesday, right? Thursday. So, a few days of streams, plus all my classes this semester are online. I don't expect there to be much of a delay in finishing this game, but you know, I do want to just potentially give that warning. Let me fuck with my mic here. I feel like no, it's the same volume as it's always been. I just see that it's higher levels than usual. Maybe I'm just talking louder. I'll try to not yell so much. I apologize. It's probably because I also put the mic in a more direct spot in front of me. Which also means maybe I can raise the game noise a little bit. We'll see. Maybe it won't be as bad. Maybe I'm just like crowding the mic right now, I'm not paying attention. But we learned in the last thing that Ava... Okay, well, I'll try to run through the theory that we went through very quickly. Basically, we found out in the prologue chapter that there was also this weird like mention that the keys couldn't be slipped through cracks in the door. Sure. This will probably become important. The fact that it was dropped in when it was, and it wasn't, the fact that it was, like, dropped in like, the prologue prior to the start of the chapter just feels a little bit odd. You would think that it would be included at a time that was more relevant, and oftentimes it feels like in mystery stuff like this when they drop something that's not directly relevant at the time. It ends up being relevant, so just highlight on that. But at the start of episode 3, we realized that there was a Beatrice that appeared in the prologue, and she absolutely did not look like Beatrice at all. There's only 2 people who she could have been talking to. It's almost certainly Maria. The only thing that throws it off a little bit, we know it's one of the grandchildren, and they were calling them Princess. I'm not saying, I guess in theory that doesn't exclude Balor or George, but I would wager that it probably does. It's one of the grandchildren, and it has to be one of the girls. And whoever it was said that it was making Beatrice, that is not it, that Beatrice was making them her disciple. The only thing that was a little bit odd about this Beatrice is she didn't look like the Beatrice that we know at all. She didn't look like the Beatrice of the portrait. I mean, she kind of did a little bit, and like, I mean, not really though. Like, a totally different hair color. Yeah, I mean, different hair color, different outfit, but a lot of her anecdotes that she was talking about did seem like it was the Beatrice that we know. It kind of seemed like it was the Beatrice we know before she became like the Endless Witch. However, it seems a little bit odd that she was talking to Maria about making her her disciple. The only thing is, again, because she's an Endless Witch, we don't know if she had looped like a different time period or, you know, etc. It's hard to, I don't know how to word what I'm trying to say, but even though it was showing Maria, like for instance, she could have trapped us in this loop already for like 10,000 years. Like it was Higurashi or something. Higurashi wasn't that long. I think Higurashi was like 100 years or something. I forget the how long it was exactly that Rika said she was trapped for. But even though, like, we don't know how long necessarily in like real time has passed, but if she was like time looping, she could have learned, even though like in real time, I guess Maria hasn't grown that much. The only thing I would say is that I kind of started to posit a theory, which was based off the fact that Ava seems to be kind of like the main highlight character for the chapter. I noted that like it seems like one of the adults so far in each of the 4 chapters. Specifically, it might be one of the women in each chapter. My theory will be proven, I guess, if Kiri is the focus or the adult to focus in the next chapter. But it just seems a little bit odd because they're putting a big focus on like one adult of the family per chapter. First chapter Natsui, second chapter Rosa, this chapter Ava. Now so far 2 of them have been siblings, but there's no other female siblings, at least of the adults that we're aware of, to go to. But the only other one that they could do would be Kiri, or I guess they could divert from that and then do more of a focus on one of the kids. But the kids have played like a relatively big part in the chapters regardless. I don't expect that would be the case, so I'm gonna wager it'll be Kiri for the next episode regardless. The thing that was weird is that there was a younger Ava that Ava was talking to, and it seemed like Ava had a witch power of some kind, or she has some level of magic ability. We learned a little bit of Ava's backstory about how she really grappled with the like traditional, pretty misogynistic like hierarchy that had been set up in her family. How she felt this really big inferiority complex with Kraus, because she felt like she exceeded him in every single way, but because of the virtue of being born as a woman, or I should say by virtue of being born as a woman, she ended up just being fucked, and she felt like she was constantly in some weird inferiority complex where she was trying to prove that she wasn't. So she devised some kind of strategy, Jesus, can't speak, strategy to figure out a way to get back at Kraus. And the way to get back at Kraus was somehow to find a way to keep herself in the inheritance or to surpass him for the inheritance. And over time, that wish went from her being the one to replace him to being wanting to get George to be the one that would replace. We just learned about basically how Kraus was very cruel to Ava, and that he, to be fair, we I guess we don't know the whole story yet. We don't know if Ava was like doing anything else in those times, but it seems like Krause was a pretty one-sided thing of being a real big douchebag to her. But her younger self that she sees, which I think is actually a witch. I don't understand why that witch is like a snapshot of herself. That's the only thing that I'm really like confused about, is that so far the other people that have been seeing witches, one, they don't have witches that are unique to themselves. They're just like seeing Beatrice. But Ava seems to be seeing a witch that is not Beatrice. The only thing is that there's like some chance that the Beatrice that we saw early on is not the same Beatrice. The one thing that's weird, I guess, with the theory that I had posited that it was Maria that Beatrice was talking to is that one, it's like, when would Maria have had the opportunity to have that conversation? Because it sounded like it was a time ago with old servants, which is why I said that Jessica seems a little bit more likely. Because Jessica would be one that would have access to the island because her family lives on the island. So I'm semi-leaning towards it being Jessica. There's like two things that are sort of disqualifying. The other thing as well that's a bit odd is that every time in the game so far, Maria has seen Beatrice, and there's not been a single comment so far about the discrepancy in the way that Beatrice looked in the prologue to Chapter 3 versus any other time. So I had two things to say about that. Was that there's like the more boring possibility that, like I said earlier, it is the same Beatrice that we know, and she's just like changed in some way. Maybe like, you know, when she powered up or she reached like whatever her next level is, she's different. But there was like another more sinking feeling that there is potentially multiple witches that for some reason are using the same name. And the thing that's a bit scary right now, to without being able to confirm or deny that theory, is that whatever Ava's witch is that she's seeing, we know that it's a younger snapshot of her, but there's parts of the younger snapshot that like don't make sense. So the big discrepancy being that the younger version of her, which Ava herself is the one that says that, right? This isn't like, I mean, nobody else can see it, right? I think I say it here, that there's some chance that everybody is seeing like a unique Beatrice. And maybe the Beatrice that everyone's seeing is not the same. The only thing that's weird is that we know that the Beatrice of the second chapter episode, sorry, I'm always going to call them chapters. If you've seen all the VODs, you know this at this point. Is that the Beatrice that we've seen through the other episodes has remained relatively consistent. In the sense that the people who have seen her generally see the same version, as far as we are aware at least. Like Rosa and Maria, when they're in the flower garden in chapter 2, they both see like I'm going to call her like the Victorian era. I know there's probably somebody that's more like in tune with like the correct, but like the older in dress, the silk dress Beatrice. And they saw the same version of her. And again, like if Maria knew what the other Beatrice looked like, she was wearing like a totally different color scheme. She had a different hair color. You know, it's just not the same. So that part is a bit confusing. You would think that there would be like a comment of Maria saying like, oh, it's Beatrice, you look so different, you know, something of the sort. We don't have anything like that to operate on right now. So that's one thing. The other thing too is that the game has been very distinct in, as far as Ava goes, with not mentioning the name of whatever her witch is. We know that she says it's her other self, but it's just a little bit odd because the witch doesn't, like, it looks like her, but the face is different in the sense that the face literally looks like Beatrice, like a silk dress Beatrice, with her face transposed onto what I imagine a younger Ava would look like. The only thing that's weird about that is that Ava doesn't have blue eyes. And I don't think this is like the thing where, oh, you have like really, I have this written here, is that she has the younger form of Ava. I called her Ova because other Ava, or older Ava, whatever you want to call it. So we call her Ova here. But the weird thing with Ova is that she looks exactly like Ava, except for her face, where she has blue eyes. And then it becomes a really weird thing where, okay, well, Ava doesn't have blue eyes. We open this up in the character tab. She has like a light purple to like grayish kind of eye color. So like, is Ava wearing contacts? That would be a very weird thing to do for her. Or is there more to this like younger version of herself that we don't really understand? Is there a calling card of like Beatrice? And the other thing that scares me a little bit is I wonder if Beatrice, I think I wrote it here, that I wonder if Beatrice, if those who have the ability to have like a magic talent, if they manifest to the witch, and that witch is Beatrice, it's just like a different form that she has taken on. Because the witch in the last, I think it was the very last chapter that we played when we were at the dinner, when it's like the events of chapter 1 when Maria's reading out like the proclamation that silk dress Beatrice gives. It's weird because the other Ova is talking to Ava and she's saying like, this is the way that we get what we want. This is the way. Because Ava is sort of being convinced by Ova that her wish is not good. In the sense that her wish to make George be like the way that she enacts her revenge isn't good enough. And that she should really want to do it herself. It's just that I don't know. It's just weird, I guess. Um, it feels like there's more witches that are present, like literally in the game world, or at least like magic users in the game world, than we otherwise thought. Yeah, I just. That's the other thing too, is that like we found out that the scene was in the present, and when she's saying that this is another part of her, it isn't another entity, it's a part of herself that was personified. Again, it just seems weird why that other part of herself is like somewhat distinct. Like, there's a difference between sitting there and having a conversation with yourself, and then like literally having like an apparition. Um, yeah, I just. The other thing that's weird is that they say that when Ava comes back to the island as well, she gets tormented by nightmares. But the weird thing about that is that if she's getting tormented by nightmares, it seems that it only happens when she returns to the island. So I'm starting to wonder if there's like, you know how in, I'd say in like a lot of other games or in a lot of other magic systems, you have people that will use like magic circles, but magic circles aren't kind of what they are in this game. Magic circles are used to like channel magic, as in like you are not able to do magic without having like using the circle in some way. Um, I wonder if there's something about Rokenjima in particular that is like a conduit for magical energy that makes these people awaken to like these powers. Like, we know that this is Beatrice's domain. We know that there's already the gold on the island. I wonder as well, with the Torii being destroyed and the shrine being gone, if there's some weird thing with people that awaken to these powers while they're here. Um, and it does seem like there is a quite literal like dissension of Rokenjima into another thing. We also got introduced to Ronove. I think that was his name. It was like Ronove. Um, that he is like the head servant of Beatrice that we haven't seen to this point, and he like just came back, and it seems like in each episode there is kind of like an end condition that we're starting to fuck up, that Beatrice might, the reason why she might be enacting magic in the way that she's doing right now, where I said earlier, like in some of the prior streams, you know, if Beatrice was like a real person, if she had, or if she wasn't a real person, she actually was just like a witch and had this like insane powerful magic ability, why would she not just like totally abuse it to the point of just like giga destroying everybody? You know, maybe she gets some enjoyment from playing the game, but like it seems like most of her enjoyment is from actually like breaking Battler. And it's starting to make me wonder that if in each episode Beatrice is regaining more and more power, and so there's kind of like an end state where Beatrice actually does just get so much power, where she can just control the game at her whim. And maybe the reason why she hasn't been doing more elaborate things with magic is because she actually just does not have the full power yet. Um, but that part I'm a little bit less confident on. I'm sure she'll get into a little bit more, but she was saying that after she lost her power, she's regained it as she's resummoning all of her furniture, and all these other people are becoming aware that she's like returning, and that she wants to open the Golden Land and make Rokenjima like her actual home. So again, we don't really have a whole lot to go on. The current big thing is we want to know, is Ova Beatrice, or is it quite literally just a weird like personification that Ava has? And if that is the case, is the Beatrice from the prologue the same Beatrice as the one that we know? Is the one that was in chapter 2 even the same as the one that's been in the other chapters? It seems as though the Beatrice of the last chapter was, and then the question becomes, is there some overlap with the people who saw Beatrice in the second chapter, and with going onward more? That's the only thing that is a little bit like sus, I guess, right now, that we don't really have a clear understanding of that. We also don't know if Beatrice is quite literally like an outsider to the game, if she is actually a person. There's just a lot of stuff that we don't know right now. But without belaboring the point any longer than I already have, let us continue. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that, in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. A little Sakura reference from Danganronpa 1 there. In the end. Well, I'm not sure I should be saying this, but I feel like grandfather deserves a pat on the back. He had to be feeling pretty satisfied with the shock his strange letter had given to his children, who had been so infatuated with distributing the inheritance while he was still alive. I too felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all of this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. Holy fuck, my one eye is so fucked, dude. I have like a halo around all these things, holy shit. I felt all sulky. Grandfather hadn't entertained them for a moment, but he also apparently hadn't denied anything about the letter. Grandfather's name pops up several times in the witch's letter. If Grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he would probably be mad with rage. But even though Grandfather now knew the contents of the letter, he had coolly ignored it. In this case, did that count as a silent yes? Oh, Jesus, sorry, my eye. I'll try not to bitch about it too much. Auntie Ava and Dad had been trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had then started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given her that letter. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way a mysterious person like that could be mixed in with the others on this island. After all, this is a small island where no one lives except the Ushirimiya family. The other thing that we were positing in the last episode was that if, or last stream, sorry, fuck, we're gonna hit every adjective, not every adjective, every synonym. It feels like more and more with our current level of understanding, if Beatrice is a real person, and if that actually is just Ava, like the witch that we see, or whatever it is, the apparition that she's talking to, Ova, it feels like kind of an obvious confirmation that Ava is Beatrice. The only thing that makes no sense about that, which I mentioned in the last stream, was that if Ava is Beatrice, I don't think they would just show their hand like this quickly, this obviously, in fucking like the start of episode 3, you know, out of 8. That just seems, I don't buy it. So it almost does the total opposite. But again, there's definitely some fuckery going on. After all, this is a small island where no one lives except the Ushirimiya family. Maria kept repeating that she had gotten it from Beatrice no matter how many times she was asked. It seemed that the adults felt that she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and questioned her until she broke out in tears. By the time Maria was released, she had cried herself to the point of exhaustion. Our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, then shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of this strange letter, the possibility had arisen that Uncle Krause's ability to become the next head could be returned to a blank slate, and in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money, or something like that. Jessica and I, both astonished, were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George pleaded on behalf of our parents, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they so blatantly degenerate into such money-grubbing demons? Not very nice to say about your own parents, brother. But I get it. I get it. I'll raise my mic here 1 second. Here, click. Maybe you don't. Oh no, you did. You did come through. Ow. There we go. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria? George, you mustn't ask that anymore. If Maria says that she got it from Beatrice, can't we just leave it at that? I mean, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. That said, even we felt the confusion that we couldn't clear away. There are only 18 people on this island now. Thought that in the middle of all this rain, an unknown 19th person gave Maria that letter and is now hiding somewhere, honestly doesn't seem realistic at all. Probably Shannon or someone put on the dress from that portrait and skillfully planned this ahead of time with Maria. Although of course as soon as Maria saw that dress, that might have been enough on its own to convince her that it was Beatrice. The problem is whoever did it had magic power, right? Even if it was someone that was impersonating Beatrice, we saw the thing with the, we saw the thing that they did with the rose if that wasn't Beatrice. It definitely was, but maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer's good at riling people up. The truth was probably that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around by choosing a dramatic way of handing the letter over to Maria, who shared the same hobby as he did. paying no heed, though, to the trouble it would cause Maria or the rest of us. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart. It doesn't matter who handed that letter over. Maria says that she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether it be a non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we accept that they exist, they will at least exist inside Maria. I see. It's important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. What's up, Jessica? Are you still angry? Sorry, I'm taking a drink. Jessica had her hand on her chin as though there was something that she just wasn't understanding, or couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Any misreads or anything is not because I misread, it's because my eye is fucked up, okay? I just want you to know that. Sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if it was possible that Maria actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that there's a 19th person on this island? If we take what Maria said to heart, then we do arrive at that answer. Now, the one thing they did mention in one of the earlier chapters is that it's not so much that there's like an 18th person, but rather that Beatrice is sort of like a bodiless entity, so there's not like another body, but there is like another person. Kind of, sort of. There's another presence. Semantic games. If we take what Maria said to heart, then we do arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Okay, we'll see. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. To be fair, that building that we saw was not... Okay, thank you, flashback. That building that we saw at the start of the chapter 2 was not like a thing that we had seen so far. Also, I'm gonna lower the game audio again, it's too loud. I will just try not to eat the mic as much, okay? The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Why is it not... Oh, that wasn't clicked in. Kraus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written by someone else in his name, he would be mad with rage. Yep, you said that already. Since all the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of this letter were simple. The person who solved the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who was thought to have been guaranteed the succession, and for everyone else who had given up on that long ago, it was better news than they could have ever hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushirimiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, could succeed the Ushirimiya family. And furthermore, this meant there was a chance that all of the Ushirimiya family's assets could be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where anyone could lower their guard, even the siblings other than Kraus. Had this letter come from a saboteur sent by Kinzo who called themselves Beatrice, or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushirimiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. But they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today, on this island. In other words, someone who was planning something related to that letter was on this island today. Was the person who set it up Kinzo, one of the 4 siblings, maybe some other unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. I mean, I don't know about that. It's probably not the worst idea in the world, but... Oof. We've made no progress. We've just been wasting time. Right? Now that you realized it, we won't have to waste so much. It is not certain that Father is the one who sent the letter. My husband has merely had enough of you being unable to hold a conversation. Which one of us can't hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I try to say something. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting of a member of the Ushirimiya family? Give it a rest, Ava. You too, Natsui. The topic's finished for now. Shall we all cool our heads off for now? Let's have some cool drinks brought over. That sounds good. It'd probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Baby, don't you want to go for a smoke too? Aneki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that smoke. But I agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. A whole pitcher. Alright. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in the corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. Okay, this is an important thing to point out. I'm gonna Sorry, I'm just writing this down here. The vicious bickering up until now had vanished like it had never happened. The silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else that you require? No. Please leave us. Yes. Then if you will excuse me. If you need anything, call me at any time. God, my fucking eye, I'm sorry. I almost want to like throw an eye patch on at this point. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, holy fuck it, I can tell how bad it, I just covered my left eye. And it's like, everything is just insta-clear. Jesus. Disappear off into the distance. Everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if our witch, this 19th person, is taking shelter in the arbor in the rose garden about now. I wonder. They might be able to avoid the rain, but it would be quite cold. Mysterious 19th visitor. Sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally in that kind of story, it's a safe bet the person doesn't exist, that one of us 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. We should have found any excuse we could to dismiss all the servants of the One-Winged Eagle. Come on now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. And then you also agree that whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant? Indeed. After all, we were all being friendly, in our big happy circle the whole time until dinner, weren't we? All of us siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter. But all of the servants said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could have gone to Maria in the rose garden. Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the witch of the forest, Beatrice, came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you? Haha. Rosa, you used to believe so much that it really frightened you, right? You don't mean to say that you still believe in it at this age, the witch of the forest? If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wish, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all of us 18 said that we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person. That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding in with us. You don't think that they might have swam across the rough sea, right? I can't really imagine that. Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't bring themselves to discard that possibility entirely, does it? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying that there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kiri had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. Just by common sense, there couldn't be any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How on earth would they get here, and from where? And where would they be hiding themselves? And why wouldn't they appear openly, even though they had sent a letter in their own name? None of these could be explained. But considering that none of the four siblings had joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. You know, thinking back on what Kiri had said in the earlier chapters, it is really a wonder why the person... Like, if we imagine that there is an 18th person, or sorry, that there is a 19th person, or that there isn't a 19th person, that the 19th, air quote, person is just one of the 18. Like, let's think about the logic behind why you would want to submit a letter declaring yourself, but then not revealing yourself. There has to be some kind of reasoning behind it. And the reasoning, as silly as it sounds, or as I guess should say, as vague or as broad as it sounds, that there has to be some benefit conferred by you not revealing yourself. So then the question becomes, in what way do you benefit? Is it that these people will not trust each other? Is it that by not revealing yourself? Because the weird thing is, like, if you would say that I'm Beatrice and I want these people to believe that I'm real, right? It's like, well, then why would you want to hide yourself? Wouldn't you want to reveal yourself at the earliest convenience? Because then you could just prove to all these people that you're real. But there has to be some reason why she wouldn't just outright reveal herself, otherwise she would do it. And then that question then becomes, like, well, if the person... The problem is we're kind of stuck in, like, a catch-22, where... It's not really a catch-22, it's sort of just like a circular thing where I don't really see the logic behind why you wouldn't reveal yourself unless there was a reason that you were... some benefit that was conferred by not revealing yourself, but... Obviously, we haven't found out what that is, because you would think, like, the most obvious one is that if Beatrice wants everyone to believe in her, well, you would just want to do some kind of spectacle that would confirm to everybody, but she doesn't really seem like she's too convinced with confirming it to everybody, which, again, means that, like, the motive of what Kiri's talking about with like the chessboard thinking just doesn't really, we already know it doesn't really apply in this situation. Because when you sit there and you say like, oh, like, well, why wouldn't the person just come out and prove themselves that they're here? It just doesn't really make sense. And that has to mean that she isn't playing under the same game. She's not interested in convincing everybody that she exists. It seems like more so throughout the game she's trying to break Battler. She just wants to convince Battler that, you know. So this entire setup could be done in such a way that you are purposefully trying to convince like a select few people who are victim to this kind of like thinking, or that like this letter would be effective in, you know, that. Again, it's just, I don't... The debate about whether there's an 18th or a 19th is, or whether there's only 18 or if there's a 19th is it's interesting to me, but I feel like more and more, I don't know. Because the problem is, there's buildings that are on the island that we still haven't seen, and that clearly nobody is really going to, at least that we're aware of. Like the chapel randomly got revealed in the last chapter. Whatever the fuck that building that was in the prologue, like we didn't know that fucking thing existed until just this chapter now. Like how many more other secret buildings that nobody had any fucking clue about are gonna get revealed? And if that's the case, it'd be very easy for somebody to hide in a building that nobody ever checks, that nobody ever visits, right? There could be like an underground bunker, you know? This could be some fucking Higurashi shit. I don't know. I would say right now I am more convinced that there's probably only 18 people right now at this very moment. But at the same time, I don't know. This is like a 55-45 type thing. Like, I could be convinced either way. This is not a hard claim, but... Kiri, I'd like to make this clear. We don't remotely believe in that fairy tale about the legend of the witch. Another topic to insult father, is it? Simply mentioning that is a betrayal against him. Why, he believes it, the fuck? Well, yes. However, this is father we're talking about. It is possible that he... You know. I don't know anything. What's this? What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? You're saying the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact? That's ridiculous. Of course nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in that portrait, Beatrice, may really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. Let me see if I have this correct. They're talking about the fact that, like, there may have literally been a person, yeah. There might have literally just been a person named Beatrice that lived on the island. It's not the same as a witch. As in like the fairy tale of the witch, when they're saying like we don't believe in that legend, but we believe there could have been a very big possibility that there is like some secret mistress that he's housing somewhere. You also suspect that father had a mistress named Beatrice living in secret somewhere on this island. Is it something like that? Father's a paragon of a man, a model of self-discipline and restraint. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Not so he snapped at her immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including her husband Kraus, didn't think that way. On the contrary, it appeared that they thought Kinzo was exactly the kind of person likely to attempt such a stunt. The existence of a mistress who had Kinzo under her spell had been whispered of since the very beginning when he had built the mansion on this island. I'm sorry, Natsuhi. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor's been around for a long time. Dad prepared this island by himself and built everything. It's been suspected from the beginning that this mansion might have some hidden tricks or secret rooms only known to Dad, or known only to Dad. And it's also always been whispered that hidden somewhere on this island there might be a secret mansion none of us know about. Yes, it has. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushirimiya family to live on. Didn't they say it was like 10 square kilometers or something? Or what was it? Was it either circumference or I think it might have been, it's 10 kilometers in circumference. They said something about like 10 kilometers, I don't know. So people have wondered whether he might have built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in. It's a rather large-scale story. I guess that wouldn't be like the most unsurprising thing because she has her own furniture, right? So she would have her own people that would be able to take care of her, so they never would have to interact with these people that we normally see, right? So I don't know, it's hard to say. In the beginning we used to say that it might be somewhere inside this mansion, that there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in the portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate auto lock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? Right, I'm trying to fix my eye here. I wish I had eye drops, is what I would try and do, but... Indeed, Father did spread the rumor that he had a large amount of gold in some hid a large amount of gold in some secret place, protected by some secret mechanism. It would not surprise me to find there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us know about yet. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for it when Father was absent. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed that there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that his blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. And this was Kinzo, with a mansion this extravagant. There was endless opportunity to suspect the existence of hidden rooms. I mean, I guess. The legend of the Rokenjima witch, and from what I'd heard, it was just a fairy tale made up to prevent children from entering the uncivilized forest by scaring them. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to the story. Well, yeah. As you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushirimiya mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights we were so scared by the sound of rustling trees that we could hear from the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural, something like that. I fucking pressed space by accident. It's only natural for any brat to think something like that. But some people heard Rosa and me making those claims and weren't happy to dismiss it as kids' delusion. Isn't that right, Aniki? Yes. Nissan and I thought that by coincidence you might have spotted Father's mistress, who had been living in secrecy on this island as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother did too. Among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders around the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I laughed that off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it referred to the existence of a hidden mistress. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous. That they might actually be somewhere around here? Sounds like a case of that devil's proof Rudolph's always talking about. It might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue this discussion assuming that there is a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? As the first step in crisis management, that's the right way. It's probably way more prudent to say that she might exist rather than thinking there's no way she does. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa, sorry for laughing just now. It's alright, I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for not being conscious enough of danger despite calling himself the president of a company. Okay, that's a bit of a weird. Silence fell again. By preparing for the existence of a 19th person, they were accepting that some unknown person was hidden on this island. Since this person might have something bad planned for them, it was only natural that it came with a certain degree of discomfort. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a person who appreciates silence. Okay, this is interesting, so we're gonna write this down. After all, he is a person who appreciates silence. It was not out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some archive after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going. However, after that witch theory began to be refined into the theory about his mistress, it was eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was completely overridden with doubt in her final years. Sometimes she suddenly started making a racket and asking the servants to look for Dad immediately, saying it was an emergency. Yeah, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. I can say it for certain now, she was a person to be pitied. But then, what were the results of those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? Nope. Not on a single occasion did they even find Father, let alone any hidden rooms, and every time after a lot of time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere. Which makes you think that there is probably more likely that he was just not in the mansion, right? That he was somewhere else. You would think that if they had spent so many years trying to find him, you know, theorizing, looking for all these locations, and then they never find him at all, you'd be... It's not remiss to think that he probably was just not in the mansion then, right? But they obviously don't know where. The suddenly show up somewhere is an interesting phrasing. Then he'd say that he'd been taking a nap in some archive, or that the wind had called him for a walk on the beach. But it was always someplace where the servants had already looked. We never knew where father had gone. Okay, so this is interesting one. We're gonna find like a fucking like worship shrine or some shit. By that time, father was already famous for his adoration of the occult, so some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. So in short, father frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went. Yeah. Since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we grew increasingly of the opinion that dad might have gone somewhere outside it. True, that's a fair... I mean, I literally just made the exact same value statement. But there isn't much to speak of in that area outside the mansion, which leaves only the expansive forest. And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch from the forest, you get a theory like this. Dad had actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her. Okay. Okay. I was also young at the time. At one point I became intent on catching father cheating and I tried to follow him when he went outside. I failed, of course. Every time dad went outside, he was oddly intent on staying out of sight and was extremely cautious that he wasn't being watched. He was like that to a very odd extent. Makes me wonder if he was actually being like... I mean, he knows magic, or he uses magic, right? If there was some like magic teleportation or some kind of like waygate or, you know, just some form of transportation that the reason why he wanted to be out of sight was that he had to use some kind of magic that would be, you know, very jarring if you saw it. He was like that to a very odd extent, but that actually made me sure. He must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. And that would be going to meet his mistress, probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious, Ava got a little sullen. Well, anyway. This island was like a sketchbook in which father, with his western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there was some hidden mansion for his mistress to live in. Also, my other like semi-theory about why I fucking misread things is that I'm too close to my monitor, and it's making like the gap between the words like not as big. Like for instance, if you're reading on like a page, you know, you can like view the whole text, because I noticed that it only seems to be in these fucking VNs that I misread. To be fair, I guess I don't really speak out loud too much otherwise, but like I can read like news articles out loud or something and like not have a problem with it. It's like specifically these games. So I'm wondering if it's because of the way that the text is put up that like I have to only go like word by word or something, and then if I kind of like see like the silhouette of a word or something, I'm like, oh, it must be this word, and then I realize, oh, it's not. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Cope and seethe. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island, and had Kinzo's mistress been living there in hiding for a long, long time? Every one of them had thought that they were being too suspicious, and had refrained from saying it for the longest time, but it had been a common opinion that everyone shared. The only other thing that I can think is that that scene that we saw early on in the game was meeting with the actual physical Beatrice, but the way that they talk about it in the game is that it seems like Beatrice had been dead for like a pretty long time. Because the only thing that I was thinking is that maybe the Beatrice that we see of the golden thing, like in the portrait they say that she's in like her 20s or 30s, like early 30s, like 20s, something like that. So she looks like relatively young. The only thing that's like a little bit confusing about that is that the Beatrice that we saw had like white hair. I wonder if that was supposed to convey that it was like Beatrice in older age. So it makes me wonder if in that scene it was actually showing the human Beatrice, or the Beatrice that actually once lived and not like whatever form Beatrice exists in now. But every one of them had thought they were being too suspicious and had refrained from saying it for the longest time, but it had been a common opinion that everyone shared. Kiri, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. How long has this rumor about father's mistress been around? As soon as we moved to this island, so about 30 years ago. Okay, this is important. Because the one thing that I'm starting to wonder too is when they talk about, the only thing that I'm wondering more and more is that when they said grandchildren, they specifically kept it vague by like not saying the name to make you think that it was like one of the grandchildren that exists now. But the only thing that wouldn't make sense is... The only thing that would make sense is I don't know in what form these characters would ever be, like... How do I word this? What character would have been present? We don't know any, like, we haven't learned about Kinzo's parents or anything. Because the only thing I'm trying to think is, like, it could very well be that when they said, like, grandchildren, that they were referring to the actual, like, siblings that we know that are adults now, that we just call the siblings, not the grandchildren, but then the thing is, like, I don't really get that part. Like, it doesn't really add up to me, I guess. I don't know. Think about it. It would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion constructed once we came here. People and materials would have to be going in and out. We'd have found out in no time. So if this was possible, it would have had to have happened before we moved here. It probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Odawara. Interesting. This is the first time that Odawara has been mentioned since the first episode. Probably appropriate to assume that he had the plan laid out from the beginning to set up a double life with his family and his mistress. And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when he lived in Odawara. Probably. If, as father says, she's the source of the vast amount of gold that he used to gain the funds which resurrected the Ushirimiya family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara at least. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to think here. Okay, so, sorry, I was typing there for a little bit. Basically, adds more credence to the theory that there is something about Rokenjima in particular, and that maybe Beatrice purposefully... Let me put a Y at the end of this. Purposefully... Maybe Beatrice purposefully forced Kinzo to uproot his family there for her own devices, not so much that they had to because the gold was already there, but that she had an ulterior motive and the gold was secondary to it, so she could have easily lied and said something like, oh, you have to move to Rokonjima, the gold is lying there. In reality, she wanted to move to Rokonjima maybe because it was like a magical font or something. Maybe she wanted to be here because of all the dead spirits from Rokonjima's past. So I had posited this theory a little bit earlier when I had played that, I think I even said at the start of the stream that maybe there's something about Rokonjima in particular. And we know that the kids in the first chapter had said that, oh, well, it's not likely that that the gold was like some other place. It's likely that like she revealed the location of this gold or whatnot and made Kinzo move to the island because the gold was already there. But in reality, again, we still don't necessarily know that. And I think that more and more it's starting to feel like Beatrice probably told Kinzo that in return for moving to the gold that he had to like uproot his family and move to Rokonjima, and that was the only way that she would agree to like help him and whatnot. And by doing that, she then also gets more access to more magical power. Again, the only question then would become, why the fuck did she need Kinzo to do it? Because she could have just done this by herself. It's not like she needed to, you know, get married or, again, it makes me wonder if, because I would imagine that like with how witches in this game, it seems like they all started off human at one point. We know that Rika, or Burncastle, however you want to call her, we know that she was human at one point. It seems like Beatrice was human at one point. It seems like all these people started off as just like people who had an interest in the occult that then, you know, at some point they, I don't know, like surpassed to a certain point. When they died, they were granted, like, I don't know. There's something that converts a regular person into a witch or a magic user of some kind. And there's something that allows these witches to exist beyond death. Because, again, it seems as though Beatrice had already died at some point. So then, compounding off of that, it makes me wonder if more so but while she was still human, said like, hey, we need to go here. So remember, they said in the very start that she like possesses the Philosopher's Stone. Maybe something like the Philosopher's Stone was tied to the island. Maybe there was something like some super like magical font or something that she had to tap into or that you would want to tap into that was on this island in particular. We don't particularly know right now because we don't have the full idea, but it seems more and more like it wasn't the gold that made them move here. I think the gold honestly could have been secondary. The other thing too is, again, we talked about the gold being on the island, and I know that I put like a big theory earlier on about how like it feels like the gold almost necessarily has to be on the island. But again, it kind of feels like the epitaph almost necessitates that the gold is not on the island, right? Like it just feels weird why the epitaph would be leading to the location of the gold, and then the location of the gold has something to do with his fucking hometown, which is not on the island, right? Like yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really, it just doesn't mean much to me right now, but we'll continue. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Most likely she gave father some invaluable advice for achieving success in business. It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, he described it as if this person had given him gold. We know this is fake, we're pretty sure the gold does actually exist. And we know that Kraus knows, in particular, maybe not the other siblings, but we know that Kraus for sure at least has some belief that the legend of the gold is a real legend and not just like a saying, or a euphemism for something else. If you think about it that way, it's obvious they would have a close relationship after that. Rather than a debauched relationship with a mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushirimiya family from a crisis. That way of looking at it might have some sense to it too, but even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a little too far? Doesn't that mean that there were some emotions in play beyond gratitude? True, Hideyoshi's right. Well, it's all speculation. In the first place, no one has ever found that hidden mansion. Aniki, you're planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? You might stumble onto it by chance in the process. Who knows? Maybe you'd even unexpectedly find some gold there too. Huh. Do you think that Rokonjima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. Although you say that you're opening a resort, we know that it's just a cover for a full-scale investigation of the entire island, okay? Okay, so this is interesting. We kind of had some talk about this, but it seems weird that Ava's particularly pointing this out now. Although it sounds as if, due to all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been able to carry it out, of course. I don't know what you're talking about, but you misunderstand. It's perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort. Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. Well, not so much, or not so necessarily a mansion, but that he had some reason to believe that the gold was on the island in particular. And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been investigating the island in detail, searching for a clue as to look. Okay, yeah, but that's not really. I guess a clue to the location would be if you found the hidden mansion, but. They couldn't tell whether the conviction was just him overthinking things or whether it was based on some physical proof, that conviction. However, if Kraus, with all his guile, was convinced, then the other siblings were similarly convinced that there must be a sufficient basis for it. A story about a witch living in a forest is straight out of a fairy tale, but a story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. The other thing is, too, that makes me wonder, I've been wondering this for the course of the whole game, and I haven't really said anything about it. Or maybe I did at some point. I kind of, like, they mentioned that Beatrice was a bastard child. Like, I'm not convinced that all of the kids were with the other girl. The biggest thing that would be my point to this, which I brought up actually in the very first chapter, albeit for a different reason, is that Kraus and Jessica, but it would more so be Kraus, has fucking blonde hair. And to be fair, I don't know what Kinzo looked like in his youth, so maybe Kinzo was blonde, but I kind of doubt it given how much they bring up Beatrice being blonde. Like, it's quite a big part of her character. I'm not convinced that the people who are related to the witches, or the people that have access to the magic power, may be people that were basically bastard children. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like some baby swapping going on. Like, let's say that, I don't know, man, like, we're at the point in these games where, like, I wouldn't be that surprised if they were like, oh, like, the grandmother was pregnant and Beatrice was pregnant at the same time, and he, like, synced it up so they would give birth at the same time, and then he swapped out Beatrice's baby for the wife's baby, and then he turned the other baby into, like, a servant, or gave it to the foundation, or whatever. Like, he put it in his own foster home system and then, like, raised the kid back up. Like, that's, like, the type of shit that I would not be surprised at all. And honestly, it feels like it makes a lot more sense if that is something that happened, because then he has the excuse of having babies that maybe, like, he already has some attachment to, that he can bring back into, like, the fold in some way that are servants. But then in reality, like, again, it's just really odd to me. Again, I know this isn't, like, you know, it isn't blonde like this, but again, look at Jessica's blonde hair, right? She has blue eyes, too. Like, it just feels a little too on the nose. So, the bastard child angle is, like, pretty fucking high percentage to me right now. Again, though, we also don't know what the grandmother looked like. We literally have not seen her a single time, but again, if she was blonde, I feel like it probably would have been mentioned. And again, the fact that, like, that young Ava apparently looked so similar to Beatrice that Ova literally has Beatrice's fucking face. Like, I'm starting to think more and more that some of these people are bastard children. But again, we'll leave it at that for now. I have no basis to say that right now. It's just, it seems like kind of too obvious. Like, the other question too is, like, if he was so madly in love with Beatrice, I know they said that he got, like, married into, like, the grandmother's family because of, like, helping his business. It seems like he had no love for her at all. Or if he had some love, it was just, like very fleeting. But it seems like Beatrice was, like, his true love. And that makes even more sense that maybe all the kids, or maybe not all the kids, but, like, some amount of them, I would say, like, definitely Kraus and Ava would be the two that I would be, like, the most convinced about. And then the other question would be, like, what was, like, the big separation with, like, Rosa? Because Rosa would be the one that I feel like there would be some defense of saying that, like, she couldn't have been from Beatrice, because these people would have been at an old enough age that they maybe would have been at, like, wherever Rosa was delivered. But these three were born at, like, such a close period of time to each other, it seems, especially these two. They're only separated by 2 years. Like, a 2-year-old's not probably going to remember too much about the birth of their sibling. Nor would they really be included in the actual, like, being there when the sibling is born, like, inside the room, you know? So again, I don't know, it's just, I think the big thing is, I've said this a lot in a lot of anime games, you can probably even go back in some of the streams that I've said about it, that whenever you have characters in these Japanese games, when I say anime games, I guess it's a little bit reductive to say that, in a lot of these Asian, specifically Japanese games, there's almost always a very big connection between hair colors and, like, being related to each other. It's just, like, a very typical thing that if you see, like, 2 blonde characters in a game, you have, like, a little bit of a sinking suspicion that you're like, you know what, I think these 2 characters might be related to each other. Even with, like, no basis on it. There's just something to it. The only thing is, like, again, we would have to know, like, what did Kinzo look like when he was younger, and yeah, I don't know. There's just so many little things that are odd, I guess, but whatever. Excuse me, big yawn. Certainly. Taken on its own, the setting sounds just like some kind of children's story. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Fuck you, bitch. That's rude. Huh? What? Yes. When the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably have obtained anything, made any of his delusions real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits? Sounds like the kind of setting Dad would like. Doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. Feels like Dad would be into that. On this island, which the Ushirimiya family had lived on for 30 years now, I read that it's 13 for some reason, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built, and within there lived a witch known only by her portrait. Even this hard-to-believe story might not be completely delusional considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. And again, I think there's still some significance that we have to point out about the 2 years ago and the 6 years ago. The 2 years ago number with him putting up the portrait, it's such a very particular time period to bring up that it feels like there almost has to be some significance to why he did it at that point, you know? But even this hard-to-believe story might not be completely delusional considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. It might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy such a dream, however, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient? Well, if there was love, it could have been possible, right? Think about the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthily, and how Father would do it. For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. And in terms of upkeep, it would need electricity, gas, running water, as well as possibly some people to help her. But that's why she has her own furniture, right? Even providing for her meals would be quite difficult. Also, again, notice that at the start of the chapter, okay, I'm starting to think more and more that the Beatrice that we saw at the start of the chapter isn't a separate Beatrice, but that there is some fuckery that's going around with, like, the other grandchildren statement. I don't really know, maybe that's just like a red herring, the grandchildren part, but I'm thinking more and more that the Beatrice that we saw was actually Beatrice, like, in her older age. Like, maybe there was an age gap between Kinzo and Beatrice. And I'm starting to think that more and more that the Beatrice that we see is, like, the idealized, like, if you would say, like, in her prime or at her peak Beatrice, versus the one that we saw. Because the other thing that was a very big note in that prologue chapter of episode 3, as Kiri's giving that actually pose, is that they never said the names of the servants. They never gave the name of the servants that were there when we were talking about the vase being broken. And I think that's also something of note. Because it seems, I know that, like, they talk about how there's, like, servant rollover, and, you know, there's some servants that work that we haven't even seen in the game because they're on, like, a schedule, and these just happen to be the ones that are here at this time when the thing closes, which, again, not a coincidence at all that 3 of them bearing the golden eagle would be here. Or the one-winged eagle, rather. But, again, interesting that there's something going on there. I think that not mentioning the servants' names gives a little bit more credence to the fact that maybe it was Beatrice's servants, you know? Because maybe she did live. Maybe that thing that we saw at the start of the game was, like, her mansion or her abode that she lived in. It might not be a mansion, but that it was something, you know? It's hard to say. One second, I want to check the hockey scores real quick. Okay. You would need clothes and makeup, daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all that without any of the family or the servants noticing? When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory, but that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to pull it off anyway. After all, it is Dad, right? It is Father. Also, isn't it kind of note that Rudolph is the only one that doesn't call him Father? Isn't that weird? Literally, even the people that aren't born into the family call him Father, and I feel like Rudolph calls him Dad more often. Now, maybe this is just, like, a part of his character that he is, like, you know, less respectful, or, you know, something or other like that, but again, it's still of note. When Father had something he wanted to succeed in, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that it would be difficult to a normal person and is therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to Father. Yes. You should never underestimate Father. Dad's madness can't be understood by normal people. I wouldn't put it past the Ushirimiya Kinzo. As long as that word could accompany his name, a considerable amount of credibility dwelled in any story, no matter how absurd. However, that didn't shake the importance of what Kiri had said. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. Legend of Father's Gold started before he gained possession of Rokenjima. That would mean he and his mistress go back over 30 years. And again, the fact that they say the legend of his gold started before he had possession of Rokenjima even more so gives credence to the fact that the gold is not on the island. Call my shot that the gold is not on the island. Or that Beatrice can just transport it, like, at will, because it might not even be stored in, like, the real world, you know, if that makes sense. Okay. How old would that make her? In the worst case, she'd be as old as us or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I couldn't call living in a place where people's eyes can't reach almost as though she were under house arrest agreeable. That's right. If what Father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it is probably appropriate to think that she's now an old bag like us. I mean, you guys aren't even that old. You're like 40. You're in your like late 30s or like mid 40s at the latest. I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter. You should talk. Hilarious. Kraus laughed as though blind to his own shortcomings. Of course, Ava was offended, but she didn't strike back. Quit it, Aniki. So if everything we imagine is true, she would want to throw out her chest with pride and join in on Dad's inheritance problem. I mean, there's a good chance that this love was mutual, unlike with Mom. She might have been aware she was his mistress, and yet at the same time felt the kind of pride as his real wife. That is an insult to Mother. Yeah, sorry. But everyone knows it was a political marriage decided by his— yep, we already went over this, yep. Because of that, we can be sure that it wouldn't be odd for Dad to have a mistress. Family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake. Yep, they bring this up every fucking time. We know, man. And Kinzo was set up as the Ushirimiya family head against his will because he had like an extra fucking— he had like polydactyly or something. However, in the beginning, he was influenced strongly by the elder relatives who treated him like a puppet while they pulled the strings. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. And by his meeting with the Golden Witch Beatrice in those unhappy days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo met with a woman he really did love. If she also knew his whole story, then even if they weren't marriage partners, it would have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now the person registered as his true wife was already dead. In which case she might be fully intending to encroach on not just the rights of his assets, but the battle over the headship as well. I see. I'm trying to see the purpose of this letter. The headship to the one who solves the epitaph's riddle. But again, this is another really weird thing that still is very confusing to me, is I don't think Beatrice is there for the headship. It doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know what the ulterior motive is. It seems like she wants people to like solve the puzzle or but like, okay, I talked about this earlier, that there's this like weird, there's like this weird contradiction in the story that I guess either I'm like way too overthinking and I'm being really stupid, but if Beatrice is in possession of the gold, right, she has no need to solve the epitaph. She already knows where the gold is. If anything, she wants, like, the epitaph just exists and everything exists such that she has more, like, magical access to her power, because there's more risk of her gold being found. That's, like, our current understanding of why it exists, right? So that, we're going with that. And she would have to show it to other people, because even if you were to write out, like, the exact location or, like, the exact path or riddle that would lead you to the location of the gold, if it's not visible to anybody, there's no risk that's incurred, right? So that doesn't really make sense. They would had to have displayed it, otherwise there's no risk involved. Because risk is, you know, like chance time, or fuck, I should know this from my WMS training. There's something like risk is equal to like exposure times like probability or something. Fuck, I have to look that up now. Risk is exposure times Okay, hazard and exposure, that's what it is. Risk is equal to hazard times exposure is like the whole meme. So in this regard, like the hazard, in this case, is pretty high. But like if the hazard was like insanely high, right, to give her the best magic, well, there's 0 exposure, there's no risk. So there has to be some risk that's incurred, so she has to expose it. So all of this makes sense, right? And it's to get her magical power back, and then her magical power is probably used to advance her in like the witches games or whatever. So she doesn't really care at all. If anything, she wants people to solve the epitaph, because if anything, them getting closer to solving the epitaph or doing a better job of solving the epitaph will increase her power even more, because the risk will just get higher and higher and higher, because the hazard is getting higher and higher and higher as they get closer to like solving it, or somebody solving the problem. Never mind, I think I kind of just answered my own question about what the fuck the point of the epitaph is, which I guess we kind of already knew, but I guess what I mean more so to say is, in particular with this, I don't think she gives a fuck about the headship. This is just their interpretation, because they don't have like the backdrop of magic to understand why she would do any of this. Because when you have that backdrop, it makes no sense. She doesn't give a fuck about the headship of the family. She doesn't even necessarily care about, well, she might like tangentially care about the headship in the sense that like she's probably going to make Rokenjima her own. But like I don't think she really cares too much about the name necessarily. There is one thing I wanted to check too, which that's not what I wanted to press. Do her servants have any inscription? You see, like, he has the eagle. It doesn't seem like the stakes do. And it doesn't seem like these servants do, but he does. What I was going to try and see is if she used, like, the insignia at all. Because it kind of would make me think, like, my opinion right now is I think that the insignia isn't Kinzo's. I think it was probably Beatrice's to begin with. It's just kind of my hunch. But I don't think she particularly cares about the headship per se. She just wants to have her full power restored, and then her ability to, like, open up the Golden Land for everybody and her supporters, because it's kind of like a sabbat of some kind to the people that support her. It's like, okay, we'll let you into the Golden Land. Yeah, I guess yeah, whatever. I don't want to ramble too much on this. Even if that mistress obtained a rank within the Ushirimiya family, since she is not a direct relative of father, she would be inferior to even the children. In other words, she would be right below Rosa in rank. It's not a good position to join the battle for the headship. So that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they will receive the headship regardless of the rank. In other words, it is the most advantageous condition that Beatrice could get, since she has no chance whatsoever. Yeah, but again, like I said, I don't think she cares. You guys don't really understand that. The reason why she has it open to everybody is that if it was only open to the people, then again, the hazard is less. Because even if somebody else that wasn't one of the people solved it, it doesn't mean anything. I was talking about this earlier where, if it was up to Beatrice, she would probably want to have as many people on the island as possible. That's why they did this at this time. That's why Kinzo ran the ritual at this time. Because he is risking the most lives, and Beatrice is risking the most people solving it. So it's like the peak point of both of their magic. They would both want more people. The current thing right now is they just don't understand the backdrop of like why it's being done. Beatrice doesn't care about the gold. Beatrice, if we are to be believed, and I don't know why they don't really put this together either, is that if Beatrice's legend of the gold was a real thing, I know that they're not thinking of it as being a literal gold, but we know that Kraus does, right? We know Kraus knows that there probably is, like, literal gold. And so the question is, if she was the one that bestowed him the gold, right, why would she come to recollect something which she had given in the first place? You would imagine that she either did not care about it or had so much that she'd, like, you know, she would be willingly able to give it out. Doesn't give a fuck. I guess what my point being is that for everybody but Kraus, and maybe Natsuhi, but again, at this point in the game, I don't know if Natsuhi has been shown the gold bar. I think that was only the event in Chapter 1. I think that was just to prove that Kraus had knowledge of it. That, yeah, I just don't think that it really follows necessarily. But that's mainly just because they don't have knowledge. The interesting thing then becomes Kraus, though, because Kraus should know. Kraus should know the gold exists, and he should say, like, well, you know, if she was the one that bestowed Father the gold, it seems kind of weird that she would then care about, like, the headship and the title and getting, like, the inheritance, if she was the one that gave him, basically, the vast lump sum of his inheritance, you know? I know I'm not really progressing too much, kind of just yapping, but just kind of trying to give my thoughts on everything. To at least express my understanding of where we stand right now in the game. The revival of the Ushirmiya family had been made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. And again, the other thing they don't understand is that, like, if Kinzo was the one that set forward the epitaph, right? Which is what we currently believe, although I believe that he did it with the intention of knowing, of, like, trying to increase the magic of himself and of... Because Kinzo, again, the whole thing we need to know is, like, the formation of the epitaph, like, where it came from. I have a funny feeling that Beatrice probably directed him in some regard how to do it, because she probably had some plan that she wanted to, like, you know, bring back herself. The only thing that's, a little bit... What the fuck? Sorry, I'm gonna blow through my pop filter 1 second. There's, like... Oh, no, there's nothing in it. It just looks like it. Okay, never mind, I'm being slow. There's an interesting juxtaposition here about, like, the origin of the epitaph. I'm gonna put this in the notes, like... It's kind of important to everything. I'm not gonna write too much on it, because we can't really... I guess the point that I'm trying to make with the epitaph is that you think about, like, how the epitaph is outlined. I'm also trying to think, like, what would be the purpose of... Another thing is, like, what is the purpose of outlining the steps of the ritual, right? And it would seem that this way, people can't deny Beatrice's involvement / power as the event, or as the rituals, or I should say as the twilights. As the twilights unfold. Gives more belief to her existing and her power. So that's one thing. We know that that's, like, probably true. The other thing too, which again we're gonna come back to, I guess we'll put all these here as, like... So I guess, like, the overarching thing that I'm trying to say here is that I think the epitaph was put forward by Beatrice for Kinzo, specifically for this ritual, in some way. I think that she did this on purpose because it's to maximize her power, and it has the added benefit of... Because I guess, like, the big thing here, right, the very last thing that you would say is, like, why would they allow anyone to solve / win the riddle? Win makes sense. So the big thing for me is, like, why would anyone... Like, why would... We'll say Beatrice, right? I feel like Kins is kind of just getting played like a puppet. I'm gonna go pee real quick. And we'll try to actually get like some reading and not just be a little note typer. Is my text set properly? Okay, now let me do this. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I also tried to find some eye drops for my left eye, and it seems like they helped a lot. It will probably start acting up again, but I've been blinking a lot, and the cloudy, foggy haloing has not returned, so for the time being, that's good. I'm actually gonna order food very quickly. It's late right now, but I have not eaten all fucking day, and I am so goddamn hungry. Let me order real quick, because I have like 5 minutes to do it. And, then we'll get back to it. My good friends. I apologize again for being away from stream for so long. I do really enjoy this game, so I didn't want to like be away from it for too long. Especially because I want to make like decent progress on it. I have so many other games that I want to play this year on stream. Like I want to play Clair Obscura, or I should just rather say Expedition 33. I like watching Joseph Anderson a lot, and I didn't watch it because I saw the game and it looked really interesting to me, but there was a game called like Sekamiya, like Through the Looking Glass, or like Spun Glass, or something like that, and it seemed like it was another like mystery novel that was like really focused on the mystery, I guess, if that makes sense, you know. Ow. Let me do this real quick now. Question is, do I want Wendy's or do I want McDonald's? Because they're the only two that are open and I got not much time to decide. See if there's a deal at either of them. Love being a fat ass at fucking 2:30 a.m. Shout out. Let's see. Fuck. Which is quicker? They're honestly the exact same. Kind of fucking with some Wendy's. We're gonna get Wendy's. Wendy's nuts go in your mouth, bitch. I'm a Dave Single enjoyer. Okay, boom. Oh fuck, this is the one that's far. Is the other Wendy's closer? There has to be the other Wendy's. Come on, hurry up. Fuck, I'm running out of time, guys. I'm running out of time! Nope, it's just this one. The other one's closed, so we deal with this. Not enough fucking time! That's what you get when you order late at night like a fucking degenerate, because you're hungry as fuck and you haven't eaten. Yeah, my eye's starting to fucking halo again. God fucking damn it, man. I'm gonna put this text back up on screen even though I'm here right now, because I'll probably just edit this part out of the VOD, because I'm not really saying anything. I have to edit the other VOD too. Might do that tonight as well once I'm done. Holy fuck, am I like fucking blind? I can't see anything. I mean, I am like half blind right now, but I can't see what I'm looking for. Why is this like set up in the most fucking stupid way possible? Okay, here it is. Okay, and now last thing, where are you, bitch? I'll get you, bitch. They might actually just say no because it's so late, but we'll see. Boom. Add. Checkout. Hello. Deliver. Bye. Okay. It processed. We're gonna just check. I'm gonna wait here 1 second to see if they tell me to go fuck myself. Odds are they probably will, because it's late. And then I will have wasted everybody's time. But if they don't say go fuck yourself, then we're gonna cover this and we're gonna get back to fucking playing, bro. And I just wanna be alone. Let's see. They confirmed it. Holy fuck. Okay, let's get back to gaming then. Oh, sit in my chair. I fucking don't like how much space this pop filter takes up. I actually despise that part of it. Okay. Move this like this. Sorry, I gotta get everything positioned. Okay. Let me get rid of the text and we'll get back to this. The revival of the Ushirimiya family had been made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. In other words, the credit belonged to her. She had built the wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would have thought of herself as the one who should inherit it. Sorry, I'm trying to reposition my pop filter if you hear any creaking. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving a single cent to the children of a wife that Kinzo never loved. How incredibly impertinent. Even if this mistress actually existed, for her to fight over the rights to the head's inheritance would be an outrageous action far above her place. What disregard for her own place. Natsuhi turned red, her fist quivering. Oh, please, Natsuhi, come on, girl. You deserve better, number one, okay? But there were also complicated circumstances behind her entry into the Ushirimiya register. Those who knew and understood, or that understood more or less, why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife. Well, thanks to her outrageous action, we now all have an even chance, right? And also, Father has given that outrageous action his silent approval. That is also true. Will the person who succeeds the Ushirimiya family be his mistress Beatrice, or one of us who he may not love but who do carry his blood? Maybe he wants to make us struggle over that to see who is worthy. I think I said this before too, that he had such a disdain for everybody in his family that the other added benefit of this was that even if he lost and even if Beatrice's thing was dispelled, it meant that somebody who was worthy of having the family inheritance would have it. As Eva giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. However, since it was the other party that brought up this condition, I wonder if that means that the other party has a significant advantage. That's a point too. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's Father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? Look, they're going to get into exactly what I just talked about. What a bad joke this is. It's like she's given us a riddle that she knows the answer to. She'll probably show up rudely, say, hey, here's the answer, I'll take the headship now, and snatch everything away from us. Exactly, it's a rigged game. That's what I was saying, that the motive for her is not the inheritance, and it's not the gold. It doesn't make sense if you use that analysis. That's right. The one who sets a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really has that gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? Because what they're gonna go down the angle and they're gonna say that like, oh, she doesn't actually even know about the gold. She wants us to like try and solve the riddle because maybe Father told her about it, but she doesn't even know where the gold is because maybe she gave the gold over to him and he moved it from some spot. And oh, well now she doesn't know where it is anymore and she wants us to find it for her. Blah blah blah. But she knows about the history of everything. And it's like, okay, well, all she'd have to do would be stay silent and embezzle it. You're right. Doesn't make much sense. Indeed, it was just as they said. If the epitaph showed the way to where the gold was hidden, why would she challenge them to try to solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so that they tried to solve the epitaph, and would then snatch it up before they did solve it? That was a very reasonable guess. No. If you flip over the chessboard, there might be a pretty good chance that they do actually have the gold. How can you be so certain? Wait, Aniki. Kiri, please keep talking. Why do you think that? After all, do they really think that just telling us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph would seriously be enough for us to hand over the headship of the Ushirimiya family? That we'd be so impressed at the answer to the riddle that we'd just give it up? Well, that's true. If they think we just give it up after being told the answer to the riddle, then we'd just say, here you go, and hand it over. They've got another thing coming. Of course, the headship of the Ushirimiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how one-sided a game Beatrice proposes, and even if she splendidly shows us the answer, there's no way that we'll obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless there's something that forcibly compels us to play this game under fair conditions, the game won't function as a game. Which I guess the thing that would threaten them would be the threat of her fucking killing everybody. That's right. I'm just trying to see the time estimate here. It literally does not have a time estimate. Okay, wonderful. I think this order's gonna get cancelled. We'll see though. I'll just leave my phone open on my desk. That's right. Unless the losers are forcibly compelled to hand over the headship, the game doesn't work. And what would this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I see. I get it. They would just have to do something which would make us willingly give up the headship. See. Then yes, certainly, Beatrice would have to be in possession of the 10 tons of gold. Right, I get it too. In other words, it's a trade, right? The headship for the gold, is that like the meme? Huh? But what do you mean? A trade? Trade what? The Ushirimiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushirimiya family headship. Ridiculous! They want to trade the succession to the glorious Ushirimiya family for money? Blasphemy! Blasphemy against the Ushirimiya name. Listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does the glorious Ushirimiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. Of what relevance is our financial situation to... Kraus interrupted Natsuhi as she started to go on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on and on emotionally, the worse it would actually sound for them. Myself aside, I've heard that the rest of you are in pretty unfavorable situations right now. Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation is extremely unfavorable, actually. Repeatedly exchanging collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in gamble after gamble, unable to accept your own losses. If you want to talk about our state of affairs, not one of us here is as impoverished as you, Nissan. How much have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent. Who are you saying has no talent? And impoverished, you say? Natsuhi became indignant once again, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her. Seems you're making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based simply on progress. When someone conducts business with a view to the long term as I do, it may sometimes appear at a glance that they have suffered some significant short-term loss. Aniki, we've been collecting evidence. Now is not the time to be putting up a front. So this is what Kiri is trying to say. Every last one of us is stuck for money, and Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the position of the family head. And how much is 10 tons of gold worth? Okay, so this is like an interesting theory. I'm gonna put this down in the notes that... This doesn't necessarily add up, though. Again, like, I don't believe this still. I already gave my reasoning for what I think everything is behind this, but... As a rough estimate, 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. If she threw that much our way, we would be jumping with joy to accept her as the successor to the head. The scene returned to silence. Even the rain and the wind sounded louder. That was probably also the sound of the windstorm that disturbed the insides of their minds. You must be joking. The thought that just because she tossed me a little money, I'd give up the family headship to some woman of doubtful origin? Don't talk stupid. You weren't even going to succeed father as head in the first place. We have nothing to lose and money to gain. Sure, we'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. I mean, that's interesting though, because with Ava, I don't really know if it's purely money that drives her. Like, she cares about money, obviously. Like, none of them want to be poor. They have like what they feel is probably a reputation to uphold. But the really interesting thing about it is that it doesn't really... Like, she wants the headship. She wants the headship herself. She talked about this, right? Because what the fuck would be the point of... What the fuck would be the point of this whole, like, revenge plot to steal the inheritance away from Kraus? That's not money-oriented. There's no... Like, money would be, like, a bonus to that, but there's no part of that where she is, like, exclusively being money-driven by that. She has, like, a pride that she's trying to restore. She's trying to get her get back, basically. And... Yeah, I guess I don't, yeah, I just don't know necessarily if it's as simple as that. And I wonder if that's what's going to be the unraveling for this chapter, is them, like, showing everything. And then it's like, okay, let's, you know, let's see what actually happens, because Ava cares a lot about the headship title. They knew that much of the Ushirimiya family assets had been eaten up by Kraus. The dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the compensation for being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions, since Aniki would be giving up his portion, or his position of successor. His portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know. Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushirimiya family for money. Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the eldest son? Natsuhi, stay quiet for a while. Dear! It's actually really funny that Ava and Natsuhi butt heads as much as they do, because it kind of seems like they... I mean, they're both two people that are probably the most conflict with Kraus, right? So, it's weird that she would be so hostile towards Natsuki. You would think that she would kind of understand the position that Natsuki's in and everything, but because it seems like they both have some amount of care for like the family name to some degree. Ava's a little bit more of I don't know what to say about her, but you know. This is a dizzying proposal. We are each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch would treat us with even 10% of those 10 tons. That's 2 billion. Yeah, I'm very glad that Kiri can do 0.1 times 20. Yeah, that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. Not like I have any attachment to the Ushirimiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Damn, Jesus, okay, Rudolph, fucking just nutting up and saying it. Even if the full 10 tons might be a bit much to expect, I see, it would still be an attractive prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out. But, if this is her plan, it will tear apart the unity between us. Yes, by this point we can state it clearly, the goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. The other thing too with, all I'm going to say is the only other character that has white hair in this game is Kiri, and I feel like Kiri is just a little bit too much of like a toss in here, and she's like a little bit too smart with everything. I don't know, I feel like there's going to be some twist with Kiri later, but if the three younger siblings who were never going to have any connection with the succession of the headship in the first place were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. So every obstacle to her headship would be removed except for Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He did bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside he was probably thinking that it might be alright to enter negotiations depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus would be held to account for that, yes, and we already know that he would be the one that would be the auditor of the finances and everything, so he could basically cut out his own embezzling. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive the right to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings, but they probably already know about it. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they would actually respect him, or whether they still actually respected him as a father. I'm trying to, I actually think I might buy eye patches. I'm probably not going to need it, right now. I mean, it's a little bit late now. But, I'm covering my one eye, and, man, it's just so much more comfortable right now with this eye, like this. I wish I had, tape or something. I would, fashion one out, but by this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. They were paid enough money in exchange for Rokenjima, that the wrecked remains of Kinzo's dreams. There was a significant possibility that they would relinquish the Ushirimiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo had put up the epitaph, and to this day no one had been able to solve it. So Beatrice had solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kiri still felt something was slightly out of place. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have to display the gold openly and state that she would buy the family headship. And yet even at this late stage, she was explicitly telling the siblings to try to solve the epitaph. Why had she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all the gold and the right to succeed this head to the person who solved the epitaph? Kiri tried flipping over the chessboard several times, searching for the best strategy that might have guided Beatrice to this line of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion, which they are going to probably not tell us. Arrogance, perhaps? Or maybe she's playing. I mean, she's playing with her food, right? We already know this is a habit that Beatrice does. She likes to play with her food. What are you talking about? The witch sent us a letter of challenge telling us to try to solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it. However, there should be at least an extremely small chance that we will solve it. After all, we have here 4 of Father's children by blood, right? 4 people related by blood to the questioner, who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position of the negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's superior position would crumble. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing the witch's letter of challenge. Thank you. You finally got around to the point that I was talking about. Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance, but if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? I think that's reckless. But if you keep in mind a certain type of emotion, it becomes possible to understand that risk. And you're saying that's arrogance? Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they sometimes deliberately take on a small risk to show off the advantage to the losers. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. Nothing is as boring as a victory without risk. I understand that. I also like that sort of thing. I understand well. I tried thinking of a few other plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think that this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind that letter was arrogance. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in the notes, but we kind of already know this. The real reality why Kiri gets killed at the start of every fucking episode is that she's just too smart and will solve the mystery, so they have to kill her off. Yeah. Arrogance. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by Father but by her. That's what I said, because it doesn't make any sense if it was written by Kinzo in some of the aspects. Like, it doesn't benefit Kinzo to open it up to as many people. Kinzo just wants as many people on the island at one given time for her ritual, but her ritual involves including as many people, you know? Fine by me. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right? I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if my other brain-dead siblings could solve it. I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I am the one who's fit to succeed the Ushiramiya family. I'll take that challenge. I will. Solve the riddle. End of chapter. Cut. Too easy, too easy. Okay, I see you, Ava. I respect it. At least you're actually trying to. We're gonna get someone that's actually gonna, like, try to fucking solve it. Oh, we have a time estimate, okay? 25 minutes. Possibility of a 19th person. This is a very interesting chapter name. Finally, we're gonna get some more. Oh, we're gonna get flashbang. That's number one. We're gonna see if we get any more credence to this. I see. So not a witch, but a mistress by the name of Beatrice did exist on the island, so there can be more than 18 people, which means I can defeat that line of reasoning which says that if it was impossible for all 18 people, it must be a crime involving magic. That's some big information. Excuse me. Ronove. Butler, would you care for some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Ronove, appeared out of nowhere in particular. Placed upon the silver tray that he held with a plate filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. Feels like he's making fun of me for some reason. I don't know whether he really takes me for an idiot, or whether it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't want any. I'm busy right now. Leave me alone. Oh my. It is a shame, when the cookies have turned out oh so very delicious. Cooked so wonderfully, it is a shame to waste them on a simple human. Truly wonderful cookies. I'll eat some when I feel like it. Set it down somewhere over there and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret as much as you like that you did not eat them when they were freshly baked. You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than Beato, who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Oh, yes, that is quite true. There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I think of my noble rank, and struggle to comprehend why I must have such a person as my master. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. So he has, like, a weird... Ronove makes, I'm just putting this in the notes, makes a weird comment about why he has to have Beatrice as his master when she acts so undignified. Especially since he views himself as a noble. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then can you just not work for her? To continue serving despite that is furniture's joy. One could not serve as furniture without such an attitude. Let us set that aside. How has the game been proceeding? Just now I believe I heard you say that you had found some good information and were quite pleased by it. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has thought up. As Ronove made fun of me and giggled, he followed my earlier words to the letter and placed the black tea and cookies somewhere arbitrarily nearby. I imagine it is because you have gained increased confidence in the existence of a 19th person. Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Alright. It looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there. In that case, the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved. Although you deny witches, you hold a double standard by refusing to seek a culprit among the 18 and have driven yourself into a dead end. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to dell one of the 18. It's not so easy for every one of the 18 to have an alibi. You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a sacrifice. However, I will steadfastly refuse to do that. That's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. And those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes funny, I won't let myself use any one of them as a sacrifice. In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Accepting and understanding your own weaknesses, that is not something which can often be accomplished. Battler, you are using this theory about a 19th person as a spear, or should I say a shield. In any event, unlike how unprepared you were in the games up until now, let us call the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight a dramatic leap forward. With this, you need not doubt any of the 18 you love and respect, and can easily suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human. That's it exactly. Like in the first game when Cannon was killed in the boiler room, and a bunch of other places. There are countless tricks I can use without hesitation if a 19th person existed. Yeah, I mean, once again, this still seems like you're falling directly into a trap, right? Like, this feels like you're kind of falling into the exact same thing that you would want to be falling into. And again, like, Beatrice is the one that is setting the game board. Doesn't this make you think that this would be a very obvious... Well, this is actually the weird thing, is it seems like the game boards are not entirely under Beatrice's control, because if they were entirely under her control, like, there would be no interest in the game. So she obviously can't control, like, every part of the game board, but, I mean, she sets the starting conditions, at least for sure, right? So, I don't know. In the very first game, Kenna had been killed in the boiler room. One might think that he was attacked by Kumasawa, who had gone down into the boiler room with him, or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking, and had ambushed Kenna in the boiler room. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person exists, there's no longer any need to suspect that one of the 18 for that murder is in the boiler room. Or murder in the boiler room. In short, impossible for any of the 18 equals the culprit is a witch is an equation that I can now deny. Using this argument, we can take, for example, the question which has been raised once again in this game, who gave Maria the letter, and come up with an easy explanation. Even if all 18 people have alibis, I can easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person visited her and gave her the letter. It'd be really funny if Beatrice showed up and she's like, there is no 19th person, like, in red. The only thing with that is that then I would just say, like, I actually wouldn't really, holy fuck, my left eye is so cooked, bro. I'm covering my right eye right now, the one that's not her. The funny thing is my left eye is actually my better eye normally when I, don't fuck it up. And man, she's struggling. Compared to my right eye, which is, like, fucking perfect right now. Not even remember what I was saying, because I was stretching and covered my one eye. I'm thinking more and more that, sorry, I gotta look at the things, because I totally just lost my train of thought. I actually lost my train of thought because of my fucking eyes. I'm sorry. I think that is quite a good move. How would I strike back? Badly, despite your understanding... Oh, that's what I was gonna say, is that even if she shows up and she were to say in, like, red text, like, there are only 18 people on the island, I would then think that she was just being semantic about the fact that if there was, like, witches on the island, they wouldn't count as people, or if she was saying that there's only 18 people on the island at that given time, like, maybe there's someone that has a way that we don't know that's exiting and entering off the island, like, who knows? Despite your understanding, there are still plenty of weak points. Perhaps the 18 people attack will be an effective move. And as an attempt to judge how strong your defense is, it may be interesting to attack from that angle again. And how would you do it, Demon Butler? Like this. I believe it would be appropriate to attack this 19th piece that you have played. Of course. Well, that's the whole point. You would want to totally demolish the idea that there could be a 19th person, because the entire point is, if she sets up the idea that a 19th person could be possible, this is what I was saying about, like, if she's the one that's controlling the game pieces, and especially as far as the letter goes, she knows that there's a possibility that they could take it, that this letter was given by a 19th person. And when he talks about, oh, well, the fact that it couldn't have been one of the 18 equals a witch must have done it equation, and he can deny it because he said there's a 19th person. Well, if you can remove the 19th person, then you once again fall back to that equation. Now, he could then deny that equation with a different line of reasoning or logic, but at the very least, you'd be falling back into the same trappings. Have you ever met this 19th person? May I ask you for some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive. Of course I knew you'd probably try that move. My. Please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like, there's no move more appropriate for you than this one. And that is, say the fucking line, the devil's proof. Yeah, there it is. When we humans are accused of something, we always counterattack by saying to show some evidence, because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist which can only be used in a game against a witch. These are cheap moves. And that's what this devil's proof is. Therefore, evidence is unnecessary. Also, the fact that they always mention about the devil's proof and the fact that Rudolph is always the one that's talking about it because Kiri keeps saying that, you know, once again, just another thing to point out. Let's take the assumption that there is a hidden mansion on Rokenjima separate from the Ushirimiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice is living there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't disprove that she exists, even if there's no evidence that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. Indeed. That's right, this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before, I finally managed to use it to my own advantage. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch by using the devil's proof. That was because, in response to Beato's professions, that witches do exist, I physically could not offer any proof that witches don't exist. That is why I have been subjected to this nonsense that witches exist, and why I have been unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll flip over the chessboard right now. If I can't disprove that witches exist, then that means, if I suggest that a 19 human exists, you can't disprove that either. In other words, the enigmatic mistress in question is craftily hiding herself, so it's perfectly natural that you can never find her no matter how hard you look. So you can't say that the 19th person can't be found equals the 19th person doesn't exist. Therefore, it is impossible to disprove a 19th person. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. They just literally used their weapon against them. If we can get away with this argument, then never mind a 19th person, this island could be full of people we don't know about, true. And even if there are 10 or 100 of them hiding, she still can't disprove that they exist. In the last game and the one before that, among the murder scene that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. Very difficult to imagine that a single culprit could have set all those up. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise at whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof, because not seeing or not noticing 100 people inside the mansion does not disprove that they were there. Even though I'm saying it at myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, it's because it's such a dirty as hell move that makes it the perfect one to use against a witch. Well, we're only imagining here, but the thought of about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks hiding in the shadows, that goes beyond funny. It makes me think of cockroaches. You see when it means there's 100 hiding in the shadows. Well, I do think that this is a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent was human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch. And after all, that is the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans, and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move I'll never again have to deal with any of the 18 who are close to me. I will never again repeat the defeat I suffered last time. I see. You learned from your defeat last time. That is good. It is no surprise that by the third game you have become quite devious. You first strengthened your own defense. This is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I think. Well, even if we do assume that there is a 19th person, there's still a few tricks left that I can't get past no matter how many humans I add, like the number of master keys. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. This is your trump card, the important piece known as the 19th person. You countered my move of asking for evidence by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish. Although I have no excuse for making moves by myself when Milady is absent, I find that I too have become slightly interested. I wonder if you would permit me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Go for it. I don't care if you're a witch or a demon, I'll take you all on. The move that you made, the devil's proof, is a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Cackle cackle. Oh, the laugh. Just then, that laugh. Which gets on my nerves every time I hear it started echoing around. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the golden witch appeared. Why, if it isn't Milady. Good morning. I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? What an amusing and nostalgic move. To think the day would come when it would be introduced to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a devil's proof. Ronove, I will make this move. Do not get in the way of my fun. So you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch. I see that you still have that undignified laugh. The guy was talking behind your back just now telling me about how your laughing lacks class, right? I am offended. Is that true? By no means. I have only words of the highest heartfelt respect for milady. Why would I speak such gossip? I can't believe you can say that so brazenly. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. Well then, that's fine. Let's return to the conversation. Temple's Raven is used to show proof using the contrapositive. Essentially, it is a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Will you just have to catch the ravens and check to see if they're black? That's right. You must simply prove that if it is a raven, it is black. This is like an if A then B statement. And do you see that? If you prove that if a bird is not black, it is not a raven, you would reach the same argument? Nope, that's not true, because this is, yeah, okay. I see what she's doing here. I fucking forget the, oh my god, there's a fucking term for this. I learned this in one of my philosophy classes. Oh my god. It's like... It's something, it's like a divisibility fallacy or something. I just forget the name of it, where it's like something which applies to a group doesn't necessarily apply to every individual of the group, and vice versa. Like something that applies to an individual doesn't mean that it applies cleanly to like everything of the group. And this is basically the same idea, saying that, because the thing that's stupid is you would say, well, of course there's other blackbirds that aren't ravens, which means you can't say. Let me see. You must simply prove that if it is a raven, it is black. Okay, true. And if you see that, if you prove that if a bird is not black, it is not a raven. This is not... The problem is these statements aren't, like, necessarily true. I don't know, I don't want to play, like, semantic games, but I'd say, like, well, how much of you like ravens that are, like, have albinism or something? Like, I mean, they would still be ravens, or there's certain raven species that maybe aren't black. Maybe this is just, like, a common thing with ravens that we assume most ravens are black, but I don't know, let's just continue, let's see what they say. If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black, then as a result you can claim that therefore birds that are ravens, or birds that are black are ravens. Yeah, so you're saying that like this is a trait. If you can prove that this trait is tied to this thing in particular, and you can go around, but the problem is this is like a really confusing proof, which the problem is this proof is like pretty unrealistic, because you would say like, doesn't this just like fold back into being a devil's proof again? Because you would say that like, oh well, we've explored the entire world and we see that there are no birds that are not black. Or sorry, we found no birds that are black, and the only birds we know that are black other than that are ravens. Therefore, if you see a bird that is black, it is a raven. That is like a working term that it would be like true in the real world, but with how they've been working in the game, like the devil's proof is sort of just like an impossible to prove statement. Again, it's just proving a negative. You're not getting anything out of saying that. So, I'll see what they say, but this is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that difficult for you? I gotta Google what a fucking contrapositive is. I know that I've heard this. I know I've probably even heard it. Contrapositive meaning. Because isn't this saying... This is... Okay, no, I remember this now. I just saw the image on here and it makes sense. The contrapositive is if you take... So, when I was saying earlier, if you have a statement that's like, if A then B, the question is if you flip it around, if B then A. And this is not necessarily true. Contrapositives, by definition, are not, like, necessarily true. Because what they're saying here, if black then raven, if raven then black. And while the first statement, if we assume it's true, the contrapositive isn't necessarily true. However, you can argue in this case that they're talking about with the contrapositive. The only problem with it is that does this not just fall into a devil's proof again, where you would say that you would have to provide proof that there are other things. You have to provide proof that there are birds that are black, that are not ravens, because then that would ruin the contrapositive, but... Yeah, no kidding. I have no idea what you're saying. Battler, what about this example? Let us say you have two boxes. One of them is the winner, with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, let us say we have two boxes here, one being the winner with a cookie inside and the other being the loser, which is empty. And now it holds that if there is a cookie inside, it is the winner. And at the same time, it also holds that if it is not the winner, there is no cookie inside. That's not really a contrapositive, though. I feel like they're using the term wrong. My understanding is of a contrapositive is you're saying for the first statement, if there's a cookie inside, it is a winner, and then you would say, it is a winner if there is a cookie inside. But that's just sort of like saying the same statement. I'm gonna look up a contrapositive example here while we wait. Holy fuck, my eye is like literally going crazy. I feel I'm worried I might have actually like damaged my eye, like no meme. Like, it is like, it is bad. Like really, really bad. Contrapositive example. If A, then B. If not B, then not A. Okay, so you're saying... Oh, okay, no, see, I was misunderstanding. So they're saying... If it is black... Or sorry, if it is a raven, it is black. If it is not black, it is not a raven. The contrapositive is not necessarily true. I don't think. Let's see. Is a contrapositive... We're gonna get into like some fucking truth table philosophy shit. I guess the question would be... Okay, so... Because my thinking is... God, I'm sorry that I'm wasting so much time on this. I feel like this chapter has been so, like, information dense compared to, like, everything else. What I'm thinking in my head here is that if we say if A then B, if not A then, or sorry, you have to reverse it first. If A then B, if not B then not A. Assuming if A then B is true, the contrapositive statement has to be true. But the way that you would attack the argument is you would have to say, when they're saying, if it is a raven, it is black. And then you would say, if it is not black, it is not a raven. The second statement is necessarily true if we say, if it is a raven, if it is a black, if we agree to that first statement that is true. So you would have to attack the first original truth statement, or I don't know what you would call it, like a conditional statement. I don't know what you would, I forget the fucking actual statement, but okay. When such a relationship exists, we call the latter the contrapositive. If A then B is true, then at the same time if not, okay, they literally said it, exactly what I googled, is also true. Well, that's obvious. The one you picked was the loser, then you would automatically know the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move. That's correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You can prove directly that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box that you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's Raven, is satisfied, because then it holds that this box does not have a cookie in it equals this box is not the winner. And that means as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes, and there's only one cookie, contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner. Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that no doubt there is a 19th human hidden on this island? So even if all of the 18 people have alibis, that does not amount to an acceptance of witches. Very well, I will tell you my move. First of all, you are stating that if the culprit is not among the 18, then the culprit is 19th person. Alright, I literally cannot read right now because of my left eye. Melancholic, thank you for following. My fucking left eye I can barely read with, so my vision's a bit blurry, I apologize, but thank you for following. If the culprit is not among the 18, then the culprit is a 19. So if there is okay, so what she's gonna say is that if there is not a 19th person, the culprit is among the 18. So because you inverse both statements. You reverse the order, you inverse both statements. So if the culprit is not among the 18, the culprit is the 19th. The inverse is if there is not a 19th person, the culprit is among the 18. If you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, if the culprit is... Oh, I guess technically yes, if you want to be specifically with her phrasing, but... I appreciate it, thank you very much. What? What does that mean? All I have done is turn your move on its head. It shouldn't be that difficult to understand. Ronabe, explain. Same to a cookie in a box analogy from before. It's nice, just fucking dunking on his intelligence. Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain using my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat once more my earlier story about two treasure chests. First he said box, now he's saying treasure chest, bro. Stop changing the story. In this situation, one of the boxes represents the 18 people, and the other box represents the 19th person, so the cookie would represent the culprit. Battler, you open the 18 box because the cookie is not bare. You have proven from the opposite direction that therefore the cookie is in the 19 box. In that case, if we reverse things further, we can also say the following. If there is nothing that's in the 19 box, then the cookie has to be in the 18, so the 18 person, yes. exactly what I said. I just kind of worded it differently than what they said, because Beatrice, I believe, if I go to her exact initial statement, she said, if the culprit is not among the 18, then the culprit, because she said specifically as far as the culprit, not the 19th person's existence. See, this is a very interesting thing here, is that with her statement, though, she's not technically denying a 19th person existing, which I guess she doesn't have to in this argument, because all she has to say is that if the culprit is not the 19th person, the culprit has to be one of the 18. Although, again, the statement, again, doesn't really necessarily work. For instance, if what he was saying earlier, if we don't know how many people are on the island, which again is like, you know, kind of iffy or whatever, but let's say there was 20 people, right? You could expand that, but like it starts to get a little bit more iffy, because this sort of only works with 1 and 1, because if not, then you're just gonna have to repeat the exact thing again on like the next person that would show up. So it starts to get a little bit odd in that regard, that you would say, if the culprit is not among the 18, the culprit is a 19th person. This is only true if we accept that there is at most 19 people. We already know there's 18, so this premise only works under the assumption that there is only 19 people, but if there's 20, this doesn't necessarily hold. But for the sake of the argument with how we're currently operating, we assume there is 19 at most. So then with this, she's saying, okay, in short, blah, 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 okay, whatever, we all get it, shut up, stop yapping. Namely, okay, yeah. Battler, this move you played in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18 has in fact been used against you to launch the 18-person attack. Huh? What did you say? If I go first and prove that inside of the 19 box is empty, what she's saying is if she can prove that if the 19 person does exist, which again, funny enough that she's not denying the existence of a 19 person, she spent a lot of time in the very first episode trying to constantly make this opinion or this belief that was going on that that there was actually only 18 people, it had to be one of the 18, and she's still kind of angling for that here. But the funny thing is, now her claim has changed a little bit, because her initial claim was that, oh, well, there's only 18 people, so it has to be one of the 18, but now the claim's going to change a little bit. Now she's saying, well, even if there is 19 people, if I can just prove that the 19th person isn't the culprit, then it still has to be one of the 18. It's like a subtle difference, and it might not matter, but again, when we start talking about how she's probably going to play with underhanded tricks, she's probably going to have, like, there might not be 19 people, there might be 20, maybe there's 21, maybe, hey, you know, maybe there is only 18, we don't know. If there's only 18, he's kind of, you know, he's a bit fucked on his reasoning, but automatically you'll be forced to accept that the cookie's in the 18 box. All you have done is say this the other way around, you see? So, that move that I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword? That's right. Okay, but she has to prove that first, which I'm assuming is what she's going to try to do in this chapter, is prove that if there is a 19th person, which again, it's starting to angle more and more towards that there is a 19th person, she's going to say that, okay, there is a 19th person, congratulations, you figured out my initial trick, but they're not the culprit, so get fucked. Your move to explain everything with a 19th person carries the risk that if it is thwarted, you'll be forced to accept that you can only explain things by using the 18. Holy fuck, what is going on with my eye? I see. Temple's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Wait, if I really think about it, this countering technique is far more disadvantageous for me than for her. The problem isn't thinking about it like a cookie. If I imagine that just one of the treasure... This is actually also what he's going to say too. I'm gonna try and content cuck him here. What he is trying to say here as well is that if he goes under the earlier assumption that he had made, that maybe you could have more than one culprit, right? Then this also starts to kind of fall apart. Although again, in this scenario, if there's only 19 people and there's more than one culprit, then necessarily it would have to also be one of the 18 plus the 19 person. But there's more to this. We'll see. I begin to understand it quite well. And if I think of it not as 2 treasure chests, but as 18, one for each person plus one more for the 19th person, for a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to understand. First of all, one of the premises established by the human culprit theory was that the bomb would definitely be in one of these boxes. Because I hadn't wanted to place the bomb in any of these 18 boxes, I had used a devil's proof. So because he didn't want to place the claim that the culprit was one of the 18, he had moved it automatically to the 19th. Created the 19 box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was alright. But Beato had struck back like this. If then the 19th box was empty inside, that would automatically mean that the bomb was set in front of the other 18. This guy's playing like Minesweeper right now, man. He's just doing like, okay, well if there's this many hexes and there's this, he's actually just playing Minesweeper with all his friends. If I could examine the contents of each of the 18's boxes and show that the bomb was not in any of those boxes, I would be able to safely show that the 18 people were innocent. If that was possible, I would be feeling confident. However, in reality, that's as close as you can get to impossible, yes, because when you're talking about the alibis that don't overlap, they're going to kind of use that to your disadvantage, so you're not going to be able to figure that out. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. I'm checking something. I'm pretty sure the food I ordered, yeah, it got canceled, I was about to say. There's no way it's ever getting delivered because it would have got delivered by now. Tragic. Hanging myself live on stream right now. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. There would be no scientific investigations, no autopsies, no nothing. In short, I can't show anything decisively. It's impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. In that case, I have to confirm their innocence both personally and perfectly. Like, staying with someone the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second, which I guess in theory... See, this is the funny thing, is like if he wants to abuse... it would make for a terrible game to play, but he could just loop 18 times and stick with one person every single time, be attached at the hip, you know? But then you would still say, like, oh, there's probably openings, but... If I do that, I can probably be sure of that person's innocence, and that the bomb is not inside that box. However, in reality, something like that is impossible. In other words, I have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bind all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, hey, I mean, the way that works, it's impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Bioto has to open, only has to open one box, the 19th box, and show that it is empty to prove that the bomb is in the other 18. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18, well, obviously. I have 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Bioto does for hers. All of this based off the fact because you guys don't want to accept that you can't prove a negative from the devil's proof. Just as you know from the devil's proof, there are many cases in this world where refuting something would take a vast amount of effort that is impossible in practice. However, Hempel's Raven turns the problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove. For example, let us say that I make the proposition, all humans except me are foolish. All humans except me are foolish. I'm just trying to put this into an if A then B statement. The counter to this, what he's going to say, is that if you can prove that other humans that are not you are not foolish. The problem is that doesn't really work in this example unless he has another clause here, which I'm content cucking him on. That doesn't really follow right now. We need another statement. Normally, in order to prove this, I would have to examine all humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish. But if you can find just one person to disprove the rule, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It is exactly the same kind of effort you would need to open all 18 boxes. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it as follows. Essentially take all humans except me are foolish and use to your style of the phrase, flip over the chessboard, and merely need to prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? Holy fuck, let me pull this back. Impossible to investigate all... Okay, yeah. I guess you could do that, and you could say that you could just prove that you are foolish. As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I finish proving in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I can finish proving the entire human race is more foolish than me. It's strongest and fastest QED in the world. Am I fucking slow? Do I not understand this line of reasoning at all? All humans except me are foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of the proposition could change it as follows. Essentially, take this, all humans except me are foolish, and to use your style of phrase, flip over the chessboard, and you merely need to prove that not foolish equals... Okay, no, she's saying the same... Sorry, I just misunderstood it. No, what she's saying is the same thing as I was saying. As long as you could prove that one person that was not the person making the claim is not foolish, then you disprove the initial claim. Yeah. What a ridiculous argument. It's a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When you propose blessed equals God's servant, the contrapositive is, if a human is not a servant of God, then he must not be blessed. So in order for servants of God to prove that they are granted fortune by their divine protection, I'm sorry, I think I totally butchered that line. So in order for servants of God to prove that they are granted fortune by their divine protection, they only have to prove that those who don't receive that divine protection suffer misfortune. Therefore, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in their own God, they prove their own blessedness. True. It takes an enormous cost to give humans happiness, however the necessary cost to bring humans misfortune is much cheaper. So by using Hempel's Raven, gods can actually give believers the joy of divine protection at the lowest cost. You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's messed up. Seems that we've gone off topic. Let's return to it. Holy fuck, man. I destroyed my eye this bad. I finished describing the move for my counterattack. The counterattack to your claim that a 19th person is the culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist is, in that case, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, do we agree the culprit must either be one of the 18 or a witch? I await your answer. For a while I just stood there shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought that I'd got my own back on them... Sorry, is that not English? Just when I thought that I'd got my own back on them by using their favorite move against them. It's just odd phrasing. The counterattack to that had been this reckless argument that I could not even have begun to imagine. Was it really impossible to continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and yet still believe in the innocence of the 18 people? Was that just a delusion? Was I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up the struggle yet. Who cares about whoever? Who cares about Poe's Raven? They're just trying to speak in riddles by bringing up some weird bits of trivia. I had to use the devil's proof. Don't feel doubt in something once you've used it. Believe in the spear you've lunged forward with. Apply even more force and gouge it in. The game is still in the opening. Do you already intend to spend this long thinking? The guy's literally just throwing his toys out of the pram. Wait a sec, I want to be sure. Well, yes, I did use the phrasing of a 19th person to make it easy to understand. If I can use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then what I mean is an unspecified large number of extra people. You don't know if it's 10 or 100. Yeah, so he's exactly doing what I was saying earlier, where if you increase the total amount of boxes, you basically redirect the problem again, because the problem that I pointed out when I was saying there was 20 boxes, this problem or this counterpoint that she's using, not necessarily, well, okay, depends on the nature of the point that you're making. With his statement that he's going to make here is he's going to say, okay, well, there could be like 100 people. If there's an equal or greater amount than 18 people, you automatically have now flipped the argument back around to where to prove the contrapositive is going to be as much, if not more work, than to prove the initial claim, which kind of just puts us into a quagmire again of not being able to answer a single thing. But always one more than you assume, understand? It'd return my twisted logic with something even more twisted, so the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, exactly, I think I might have verbatim said this earlier. Which is why I was saying earlier that Beatrice would need to make a statement saying there is no more than 19 people, or there is no more than 18 people on this island in red, is the only way that you could ever disprove this. Otherwise, you're going to circle the drain on this. By repeating this infinitely, you would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts, I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. It looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning. In short, it's impossible to continually prove an alibi for the X existing outside the first 18. How do you like that, Beato? Now that I know we're having a battle of twisted logic, I won't lose. She's gonna be like, haha, there's only 18 people on the island. How foolish. Who do you think I am? I'm the Endless Witch, the Infinite Witch. For you to challenge me at infinity is absurd. Having control over infinity means also that I'm able to kill infinity. When your 19th person folds, you will call it 20th, and when your 20th person folds, you will call it 21st. And when your 21st person folds, and your 22nd person folds, you will call it 23rd, a 34th, that's too many digits, a 64358223579673204th. You think you can trifle with me for all eternity? I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't affect me. Incoming red statement. Well then, how you kill my infinity? Just try and show me. Here it comes, ready? Here it comes. Say the line. That wasn't the red statement I was expecting, but she did. Here it comes. When I speak in red, it contains absolutely no illusions. I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. Come now, Badler. What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Yeah, see, this is the interesting thing is, again, like, what I'm gonna say again is what I just said, like, probably 5-10 minutes ago, or actually probably a little bit longer than that, because I'm fucking yapping, is, she can say, like, oh, because I said this earlier, that I think a lot of the things that she's been doing so far with the red statements have been semantic games. I think she's fucking around with, like, the terms, and the terms don't necessarily mean exactly what they might mean when you think them off the top of your head. And so if they're defined in such a way, you can still allow for, like, a gap in somebody's argument. So what she's going to say is, there is no more than 18 people on this island in red, and then my instant rebuttal is going to be, okay, well, what if the extra entity or whatever is not a person? Because you by yourself, you already claim that you're a witch. So if we assume that there is a witch on an island, well, the witch wouldn't count as a human. It was like the exact same thing that I said with the one red statement. I don't know if I can find it here in the notes. I had it somewhere in the notes. Where was it? I'm trying to remember exactly. Let's see. I had it somewhere here when she said, outside. Because I said that it was like a very weird thing to particularly point out. Okay, yeah. No trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. At least at the specific time, it's just very interesting that they said from the outside. Because it seems like a very weird stipulation to make. That you could, because you could be a lot more exact in your statement. And you could say there is no way you could have the effect of locking the door, blah blah blah, insert some other statement. The fact that you specify from the outside makes you think that there might be some trick that you could use that would be able to, like, lock the door. The biggest one that was like the biggest semantic game though was the hidden door thing, right? No types of hidden doors. This door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock the door is with her single key. She had some, I'm trying to find the thing where I said about the hidden room. Let me see. Let's see. Hidden. Okay, here it was. A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized by those who do not know of it. Okay, first, like, duh, no shit, because if others knew of it, but again, this is like a very weird, this is a weird thing to say, because meaning to those who do know of it, it is not a hidden exit, meaning they are still possible, just not to those who are uninitiated with the layout of the mansion. Again, this might be like stupid semantic games, but I'm trying to find the initial statement that she made. A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized by those who do not know of it. This doesn't tell you that there's no... All this tells you is that the people that were in our group were not the people that killed her. Because by definition, if you know of a hidden door's existence, it ceases to be a hidden door. So if somebody knew of a hidden door's access, but nobody else did, it would be a hidden door to some people and not to others. This was the other one too that I was saying where, it could very well be that, let's say you have a hidden room that's attached to the main room and she says no one exists in this room except for your group. Well, let's say that there was a hidden room that was attached to the room where a murder happened. That might not count as the same room as the killer. You could be sort of sidestepping the issue by playing a semantic game by where it's like, oh, I'm hiding in like, let's say like a closet or something, or like a cabinet rather. Like a wardrobe or a cabinet, if you move it to the side, there's a room that's hidden behind it. But if the cabinet's in place, you wouldn't otherwise know that there's a hidden room. So, because even if we say that, like, oh, okay, so there's no, like, hidden door, there's no hidden entrance or whatever. The other thing, too, is I think she said specifically at some point, I would have to find it, is that the exit... Because this is the thing, she wouldn't repeat that nobody was hiding in the room. The other thing is, when you say, like, a hidden exit, exit is, like, a very particular thing, too. That, this is what I said, like, think like a fake bookshelf to another room, but the room does not exit. The killer could use this area to hide until everybody came and went. Because then it's not an exit, it's sort of just like a hidden hiding place. So in theory, you could hide in that hidden room, wait for everybody to come and go, leave the locked room afterwards, and it looks like a true locked room because the killer actually was still in the room, kind of, not really, they're in like an attached room. But again, I don't want to get too dogged into the notes, but... So let's see what she says. Come, show me your usual frightened face. What? Laughing. Why are you laughing? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I'd already realized it. There was no need to be unnecessarily afraid of the red. You brought out your secret weapon again. So, what and how will the great Beatrice speak in red this time? Oh, what do you mean by this? Suddenly looking so relaxed. Sorry, but I've been waiting for you to take out the blood-red treasured sword. Let's see, what will you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of the 18, aren't you? Are you? Let me warn you, that would be self-destruction, remember? That would be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. Not entirely, though. That's not actually entirely true. Because if you said the culprit was one of the 18, all that means is that one of the 18 is also a witch, right? Which doesn't really... Again, I don't want to get like too bogged down in like the semantics of trying to like browbeat on every single point. But saying the culprit wasn't one of the 18 in red. that doesn't disprove her witch theory that like this is something that only a witch could do. It just proves that one of the people in the group is a witch. That's right. The red isn't always necessarily to Beato's advantage. On the contrary, if she used it the wrong way, it's dangerous, enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something which ended up denying herself, that would be exactly the same thing as self-destructing. Of course. It'd also be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, it would surely bring me some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human, okay, but this is the thing, right? She wouldn't have to say, because again, you are assuming that every person that's a part of the 18 is a human. That is the fault in your line here. One of the 18 could be a witch. We already talked about this with Ava, that I have like a sinking suspicion that Ava might be Beatrice. Which, also, by virtue of me thinking that, makes me think that it's not her because it feels like it's too obvious of a connection. But if you want to strike me a blow so bad that you're prepared to die at the same time, I think it's a pretty interesting move. However, this battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was truly her secret weapon, her treasured blade. Things she spoke in red would become solidified as the truth, and no amount of evidence or counter-arguments could change them. They had cut me down to size many times now, rending into any supports my heart had to lean on. However, if she used it carelessly, then I could also find a little information about the truth. In the last game, especially during the chapel's locked room trick, I had taken advantage of that. Yeah, we had seen that. You can play around within, like, the definitions of it that, oh, well, like, you know, that you could technically reseal the thing, and had once closed her in almost completely. But she was also pretty sly. She had learned from experience, and since then, had started using discretion in the timing of the red. The feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This was a battle of high intelligence. Okay, calm down here, pal. Not of intelligence. It really was twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. The worst battle of my fucking eye driving me crazy. Now it's your move. That's right. Use your Hempel's Raven. First you'll have to confirm in red how many humans... Exactly. So, now you're kind of getting to it. You would have to confirm that all the people are... of the 18, or excuse me, are humans. Then if she made the claim that the culprit is one of the 18, after making that statement you would say, okay, you railed yourself. Because now we know they're all human, it's one of the 18, it can't be a witch. He's not going to do that, of course, but... And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in the group are the culprit, that's right. That might be a fatal wound to me. Surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for that red which you feared so much. You're quite sturdy. Until she, pulls out like the green text or something all of a sudden. Starts posting on 4chan. Unsheath it. Well, 4chan's not around anymore currently, or actually I don't know if it is. I don't keep up with that shit. You're a treasured blade. A single perfect swing and you might be able to break me this time. Who knows? Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her, provoke her, drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course, her red has always cut through my only thread of hope, but don't be afraid of that. On this island overcome with falsehoods and illusion, the only thing I can trust is the information. It's actually true. It's one of the only ways that you have, so you should try to get her to speak in red. Sorry, you're gonna hear a click. I have to raise my mic. Because if you get her to speak in red, you can start to narrow in more on what is actually true. Because even if it might not get you necessarily closer to what the truth is, you can start to rule out a lot of other things. So you can start to rule by process of elimination. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope, it's literally like walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid. In terms of her contrapositive, my victory condition, the denial of the witch, meant that the culprit was a human. But I didn't want to search for the culprit amid the 18, therefore I held on to a weak point, since I had to deny the witch and the 18 at the same time. Since I had been unable to understand that last time, that was where she had hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. Well, that's alright. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword-fighting movie, that a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather, yeah, it's called a choke point. They would be lured there, and that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wants to attack those weak points, it's as if I've induced her to attack there. Carefully judge the distance from your enemy and retreat step by step. Make them draw their sword first. And draw red lines across the screen. The more she recklessly flourishes that red, the more chances I'll have to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep the pressure on, that she is forced to refute with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red, yes, that red itself is the same. Okay, we get it at this point. Fresh blood spurting from her wounds. Come on, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me in red how many... Thank you. That's what I was saying. But again, people doesn't... I would say, like, how many humans and witches would be... Again, you have to be very particular in your phrasing of your questions. Because when you ask questions, you could also be putting yourself into, like, a logic trap. which I think he did in one of the earlier parts. I'd have to go back and look, but when you ask one of these questions, you need to be more direct. It was with the Maria and the chapel thing, I remember. It wasn't that he put himself in a corner, so he wasn't being exact enough to the point where like he wasn't getting down to brass tacks, but what was actually important and wasn't cornering her well enough. You need to phrase your question in such a way that should she answer it, it corners her. The only problem is, she's not obligated to answer any of those questions. But then even her refusing to answer it in red gives you a little bit of info, although it would be better if she does answer in red, but getting like some info is still better than nothing. For instance, if you say like, did you kill the victim with a sword, and she like refuses to answer, it's like, that doesn't necessarily mean that she killed it with a sword, but it's like, it's very interesting why you wouldn't outright deny it. However, you know, it depends how big brain she is. If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line no matter what the era. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the harder you fight. Ready? Ah, fuck, the bolder you become. Ronove cleared his throat. You appear to be at a standstill. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold. Milady. Ronove, who was supposed to be your ally, roguishly rushed her next move. Bieto smiled back, probably intending to demonstrate that she was still relaxed, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost that relaxedness which had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wasn't really cornered by something like this, she was just being cautious. Until now, I had been inexperienced. I didn't have a good grasp on how to fight, and I was underpowered as an opponent. However, now that we had reached the third game, she realized that I was starting to become skilled, and she had grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Are you happy now? Now things are starting to get interesting, right? Battler. Say it right now. Boom, bang. Wow. This isn't going anywhere. Then should I just dive right in and go with the usual? Oh, the usual, you say? Then by all means. If I don't hear that, I guess I just won't get the same, or I won't get the sense that we've started. The first move was mine. Oh, the proclaim or whatever. I forget the statement that he said. And here I come, Bieto. Repetition, that's what it was. Repetition requested. There are only 18 people on this island. If I hear you say this in red, I will have no choice but to doubt one of the 18. Since it could no longer be the work of a 19th person, all doors will be closed to me. But I believe that the culprit is definitely not one of the 18. Also, again, I always write down these red statements, so I'll have to pause after they say them to write them down in the notes, but I'm not gonna pop the notes every time you can see the fucking statement on the screen. There's no way that any of those 18 can commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again, repetition requested, there are only 18 people on this island. I decline. I won't say why. Okay, interesting. Now this is even more interesting is why she would decline in that form. Like I said, I feel like she could and then she could play a semantic game, but Beatrice refuses to say there are only 18 people on the island. Oops, I did that. I had avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she had repeated that, I would have been faced with two worse choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18, like last time all over again. But Bieto had not proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She had declined to repeat it, even though there was no reason why she shouldn't have struck, even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the king. I don't know chess well enough to understand that reference, but this is a bad sign of my advantage, or big sign of my advantage. Right, culprit isn't one of the 18 people. I won't doubt anyone. Since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means that a 19th person exists on this island. The funniest outcome of this is that there is more than 18 people, but the culprit is still one of the 18, and that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, had been living secretly in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island and hiding for several decades. Did you just call me the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years a mere human? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly, gloating or maybe spiteful. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repetition requested. There are at least 19 people. That's such a shit statement. I understand why he's saying this, but again, this is like another statement that leaves so much open that she can totally, like, again, this doesn't really, I don't know, whatever. Beatrice fell silent once again, the feeling that confirming the number of humans on this island might possibly stand to give her some large disadvantage, but that doesn't if it's, like, let's say it was like 25, right? Well, like, I mean, sure, congrats, you know, there's at least 19, but it doesn't really, probably making her extremely cautious. The red had already become a foothold for my counterattack. With that in mind, the red had become a risk for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't work. In order to break my devil's proof, first the existence of and number of people outside the 18 needed to be confirmed in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I had closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really was a way to fight in this witch's game. It's alright to decline. If you can't say it in red, then that will mean the total number of people on this island will be 18 plus X. That X is a pretty huge piece to allow me to have on the first move, isn't it? After all, from then on, all the tricks with the basis that it was impossible for any of the 18 will become explainable with the human X outside of the 18 people. This is a huge piece that can break open any— yeah, but the thing is, buddy, you didn't actually, like, reduce that statement that much by the statement that you offered. Her saying there's at least 19 people means that, yes, the X could be 1, but you also have made the X impossibly large, which you think is to your benefit. But it also means that it becomes harder and harder to solve. It would be much better if you'd said, like, there is only 19 people, there is no more than 19 people on this island. And again, she might still deny that, but this is a huge piece that can break open any locked room, hinging on everyone having an alibi. It was just like a bishop in chess, which can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It only exerts an effect over squares of the same color, but it has a great ability to control the board. It looked like Beato also well understood her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save that piece. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. In the first place, a witch was something which should be denied in red. Believe, don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that can't exist in this world. They can only exist in the cracks in reality. Their fragile existence curled up in these cracks. The other thing that I want to know is if the witches don't exist, like, bro, what the fuck are you doing right now? Like, who are you yapping to, man? Practically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth, and they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and fantasy. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the very reality by which they risk denying themselves. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose, bit by bit, that crack in reality inside which they can endure. That is why they don't want, through the red, to carelessly lose that crack in reality which is based on fuzzy information, or in other words, fantasy, and also based on the fact that I fucking played Higurashi and the fact that Burn Castle is almost certainly Rika. It makes you think that, witches do exist, but because I understand that they would be gradually cornering themselves. Of course, she would never admit it, because if she did, it would be the same as admitting that she is something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. She knows this deep down and better than anyone. Okay, we get it with the red treasure sword. Can't be easily used without considerable results. This chapter's pretty bad for repeating itself. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repetition requested. There are at least 19 people on this island. I decline. Interesting, okay. Beatrice also refused to admit there are at least 19 people on this island. Part of me understands why she would ever fucking confirm anything in red. At the end of a long, long time spent deliberating, letting a single deep breath escape, she quietly proclaimed her refusal. I thought that she'd use it, but Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. You declined, yes? Which means that from now on, I can create as many fictional characters X outside of the 18 as I want. Do as you wish. I've declined your repetition. Isn't that enough for now? The reason I declined was— red statement incoming? No. I will not reveal that for now. You will know soon in any case. Still acting tough, I see. Red that I deliberately don't use is in itself a fitting use of red. You called it my red treasured sword, a pleasant analogy. I will use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it is sheathed. In fact, there are times it can instill— yeah, exactly. What she's saying is that you're— it's like a concealed— this could be a very weird analogy, but it's like if you're in a state or if you're somewhere where concealed weapons are legal, it becomes a lot more scary to operate because you have to have this constant assumption that there is a potential weapon that could be drawn at any time. What she's saying here is that, yes, the sword is very scary when it's drawn, and the reason why it's almost better that she doesn't use it is because you are allowing more and more paths. You could be running down like a totally wrong path, a totally fucked up logic tree that leads to totally nothing. And all she's doing, like I said earlier, is she may cut down some of these trees, but eventually, if we imagine we're in some fictional fucking orchard, if she starts cutting down more and more trees, well, eventually there's not going to be many trees that are left if she overuses it. So it's almost better if she leaves these possibilities open to you so that you can waste your time barking up these trees. That's right. As I fight, I always have to keep in mind when you might turn everything over with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there are times when having a repetition decline makes things harder for me. Those times I can't tell whether you can't repeat because my guess was right, or whether you're just misleading me and letting me think whatever I want. In that sense, yes, I see a sheathed treasured sword. What does it matter? If I'm gonna push you off a cliff anyway, I might as well let you climb a little higher first. We still have barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go on and get drunk on your faint victory for now. Only for now. Flashbang. A plow. God, my left eye is so fucked right now. The bitter comment, did in fact appear to have marked the end of the game's opening battle. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. I was unable to relax my feeling of tension until I was greeted by the sound of Ronove's applause. Spectacular, Battler. I suppose we could say that this game has started with at least the opening unfolding to your advantage? No idea. I still don't know whether this piece was something I tore from her with my own hands, or whether she guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you, you probably know that I'm being led into a trap, and that clapping is just a barefaced lie, right? How could you think that? I am innocently celebrating your ability that has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, though granted, it is only the opening. After all, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little stimulation such as that makes for a good medicine every once in a while. This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue. Isn't that so? Sometimes he enrages even me. My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, Milady, Battler, would you care for some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please leave any tea or pastries that might adorn this game to me. Please, do not hesitate to advance further in this game. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Very well. Let us advance the clock. Ronove, black tea, please. Certainly. What about a cookie? No need. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. Now I want to check real quick. Was Beelzebub the one that was gluttony? Because that's kind of funny if it is. Good little meme. I just don't remember which is which. I only remember 2 of them right now. Beelzebub is gluttony. Okay, good fucking meme. I only remember Asmodeus and Satan. Asmodeus is lust and Satan is wrath. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell into silence. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. I'm just gonna give a red statement out of nowhere at the end of this. Very well. Why don't I inform you now why I declined to speak in red for the first move? What? Bring it on. Show me what you got. It really is a big piece that you'd hate to miss. It may be hasty, but allow me to move. I won't use red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. I forgot that Rosa was here. Listen. Or are we gonna go back to the world and she's gonna Rosa will explain her thought process. Is Rosa gonna finally reveal her letter that I was talking about in the last episode? That Rosa got a letter that she literally never fucking opened? Of course, I agree as well. You too, right, Rosa? Rosa? Huh? Sorry. Me too. I agree. What's wrong, Rosa? You've been really quiet for a while. Please tell me we're finally getting this fucking letter. Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to willingly cut in on the siblings' fights. Even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing at all during this night's conference. The whole time she'd been hanging her head and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. God, okay, dude, I like Ava a lot, but man, she is, in the nicest way possible, okay? We love women. She's such a fucking bitch. It's unbelievable. I'm sorry. I imagine you woke up quite early this morning. If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it. The beds have been prepared in the guest rooms. How about taking a rest? I will guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you. What is it? Is there something you're worrying about? Please, show me the letter. No, not really. Are you sure? It feels like your mind's been elsewhere this whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa again. Yeah, bro. Fucking Rosa's no, nothing suspicious. I'm kind of just doing my thing. I kind of wish you guys would leave me alone. As everybody in the room fucking turns they're one of those paintings in a Scooby-Doo movie where the eyes follow you. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, the curious guess hadn't been wrong, nor did Rosa deny it. No, She swallowed whatever it was she was about to say and went silent again. But now even the other siblings were also beginning to realize that something about her demeanor was different from usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Do you have something on your mind? All of us have just sworn to remain united, haven't we? Don't be all unfriendly now worrying by yourself. Let's talk it over. Rosa, tell us. Please. Passed by the men one after the other, can't speak, Rosa made up her mind and nervously began to open up. It was almost as though she was trying to confess to some modest prank which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. Such was the atmosphere in the room. No, this mistress of father's, this Beatrice, is she really, still alive, I was wondering. Oh god, we're actually gonna go Higurashi Chapter 2 memes. Huh? Obviously she's alive. I mean, we were under the impression that she's not. I thought they said at some point, they're like, oh, she must have died a long time ago. Huh? Obviously she's alive. She's sending letters to us. What more do you want? Whether she's healthy or not is a different story, though. The lovely woman in the portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I think she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money are healthy no matter how old they are. Evil plans might even be the best rejuvenating agent. She can't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Also, I don't want to be rude, but, I don't know if they're, like, slow. And maybe Rosa will point this out. But by definition, an epitaph is what's put on a tombstone. I brought this up way earlier on. It would be very odd to call it an epitaph. You would just call it a message at that point. Beatrice is dead. I killed her. Okay. Hello? Excuse me? Excuse me, Rosa? What the fuck did I just walk into, bro? What did you say? What do you mean, Rosa? Sorry, I'm on my cursor. But it's not like I was the one who but I was the one that brought her to a place like that. I really did kill her. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream. But it really wasn't after all. Which means this is a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Ah! It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about. Please calm yourself. Rosa. I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean? I think it means two things. One, she's dead. Yeah, like... First, it's literal meaning, and second, it substantiates that our earlier guess was correct. Which means, Rosa, you've met with Beatrice. I've never heard Rosa speak about that once. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We had just moved over to the island and I was young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, alright? First, drink some water, okay? Natsuhi, the pitcher, please. Yes, she throws like a fucking 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Sorry, different pitcher. Yes, here you go, Rosa. Please, calm yourself. Okay. Rosa claims to have met Beatrice back in the day. Oops, sorry, I keep forgetting that when I'm alt-tabbing to my notes, they're not opening up, so then I'm pressing the thing to hide my notes, because it's the same key to show it and hide it, and so then, you know. Until Rosa was able to regain her calm amidst her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Oh, the filigree. Rosa and the Witch of the Forest. Oh, was it Rosa? Was the girl in the intro? I assumed it was Maria or Jessica, but this now makes more sense. And so this is the forest. And I mean, I mentioned earlier that there was some fuckery going on because this is a spot that we'd never visited. So I was right earlier when I said that it wasn't that Beatrice... It's that Beatrice is actually... Sorry. That the epilogue... Fuck. The prologue of this game was actually that... That was just Beatrice when she was still human, which I think I said at some point in the stream. And that what actually is that this Beatrice now obviously isn't the same as that Beatrice because this Beatrice, they said, is in like her 20s. She looks like young. And that's why her hair was white. It's not that it's actually a different person using the same name, but rather, it is her just at a different time. I've been calling to you for a while. Did you not hear me? Were you? Ooh, wait. But now they're showing Beatrice we know. I was expecting to see the one from the intro. Okay, never mind. Maybe toss that theory. Question mark. Asterisk on that. Were you? My apologies. I was lost in my thoughts. Forgive me. The weather is pleasant. I see. I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart. Will you drink your black tea here? Who am I? I will bring some black tea now. Wait here for a while. Forget about the black tea. Talk with me. Is he gonna say like Kinzo like summoned her into the world? Very well. I mean, we already know that Kinzo like worked through to become like a summoner. They even said it in his fucking description in the character tab. Kinzo had used the excuse. Oh wait, can we see the character tab here? That might actually be interesting. Nope, nothing unique. Kinzo had used the excuse of going to bring some black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in the garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while we sat, appreciating the silence. Who am I? To this day, no one has answered me this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me. I've known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father. Ooh! Oh, this is it's creepy now. This guy's trying to bang his, like, false daughter that he summoned into the world. Beatrice says, I think of you. I guess, to be fair, he said love. It didn't necessarily need to be his mistress. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father. Interesting. Okay. Alright, I wrote that in the notes so you can... That's why I want so much for you to tell me. You must know who I am. Why do you worry about something like that? You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion. Is that not so? What more could you want to know? I do not know. Dude, you know what's gonna happen at the end of this game? I kind of already know this. I feel like we're gonna get a twist at some point where it's like, man, Beatrice wasn't that bad. She was just like went crazy and she was like probably really hard done by. I have a funny feeling that Kinzo's gonna be like the bad guy of this game. Like, obviously in the sense that like Beatrice is the one that's doing all this shit, and Beatrice does seem like kind of twisted and evil, but we're probably gonna get some like pretty good reasoning that Kinzo was probably a pretty bad dude. It's just like a very big hunch I have this entire time. Kinzo just seems a little bit too detached from all this. What's this? Don't you even understand yourself what it is you want to know? That is baffling. In my younger days, I sometimes found myself wanting to play in the maze of thought that had no exit. Maybe that is what your worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was nothing but another attempt to force me to stop my further questioning. So not even you will tell me that after all. There's nothing to tell. You are Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough? No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. It is who or what. Or, I thought you were going to say or what. It is who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here? How long will I continue my days here? I really should bring some black tea. Bro's like, I really gotta get out of here. Do you not think it is a waste of all this fine weather? What is this all about? Somehow it looks like the story of your past, right? Appears so. To think that we would go this far back. Wondering who you were. It looks like you had some pretty high-minded worries. To be expected. At the time I was unable to understand who I was, or why I was alive. Yeah, so my Babe Ruth calling my shot is that he probably summoned her into this world. Which is why she's eternally remained, like, looking this age, etc. But now, once again, this further makes me wonder who the fuck it was at the prologue of this chapter. And now I'm gonna go back to my old theory that there might be multiple Beatrices, and we're gonna leave it at that. Well, in puberty, everyone is... Okay, that's a fucking random... Well, you see, it all started in puberty. Everyone is captured by those philosophical worries, wondering what meaning there is to life, at least once. Doesn't this just mean that you had this kind of charming period once in your life? I had been in that mansion since the time I was born, and I lived only inside that mansion. Of course, I was able to go out into... Okay, wait a minute. Pause. Buzzer. Calling it here. She's just a bastard child. This Beatrice isn't the Beatrice that Kinzo's talking about. This is gonna be my guess. My guess is that Kinzo is talking about the Beatrice that we saw in the prologue. The white-haired, older-looking one. And this Beatrice is, like... She is technically one of the siblings, if that makes sense. Because I already said earlier that I thought that there was probably some bastard child memes that were going on with the fact that, like, but the only thing that's weird, though, is that if older Beatrice, she had white hair. But it could just been from age. Especially because if this Beatrice had golden hair, and she was born, and assuming that we take born to mean, like, literally born and not summoned into the world, because summoned into the world would skip this entire argument, and then I'm just yapping for no reason. But if we think about it as though she was literally born, it could be that there is two Beatrice. She's like Beatrice Jr., the current one that we know. and then the other Beatrice is like the older one, and that Kinzo was actually in love with the older Beatrice, which would make more sense because she would be more at her age, which would also then make more sense that Beatrice was the one that died. Again, we'll know by the end of the episode, because if Rosa kills this Beatrice, then I guess, we get our answer. But it then makes me wonder, this is odd. This is very odd. It seems that Beatrice had some very odd parents. Am I right? Of course, I was able to go out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence, which I was unable to leave through, and I'd be told severely that I mustn't leave. I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but my desire to take just one step outside those of my own accord was never granted. It kind of makes... Oops, sorry, I just fucking whacked my mic. It kind of makes sense, too. Because then it would explain, like, why was older Beatrice calling this one Princess, and why did she very specifically not use her name? Because that's the one big thing, is that in the prologue, the character was never referred to by name, and that's obviously intentional to make you question, like, who it was. And I was saying that I thought that if it was anybody, it would have been Maria. But now, even more so, the fact that it takes place at this location on the island, because we know it was in the same spot, and the fact that we don't think anybody else of the 18 knows about it, it means even more so that it was probably Beatrice, and it means the other Beatrice was probably this Beatrice's mom, so there's two Beatrices, if that makes sense. Two Beatri, if you might say. Kinzo was probably in love with the older one, and the older one died, and then this, she actually is a daughter of Kinzo and a daughter of potentially a witch that maybe he summoned or maybe he didn't, we don't really know. It could also be now that also explains why this Beatrice is looking for the gold or something, because this Beatrice maybe actually doesn't actually have possession of the gold, because it might have been the other one, but now I don't fucking know, and I'm mind-destroying myself. So, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that for as long as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage? I thought that was just how things were. After all, I had been living like that as far back as I could remember. I didn't even think to question it. What in the world are you? That's it. That is what I also hope to know. Huh. Or you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right? No, that's not correct. Not yet correct. Okay. I think I already know what's gonna happen now. This maybe was... Fuck, this gets so confusing. Holy fuck. I know it's done on purpose, but... Now it's making me think that the witch is something that she came, like, resurrected as. Maybe it's possible that Kinzo did some fuck shit, and that was, like, the miracle that was granted, was that he got her back, but it didn't bring her back as a human, it brought her back as a witch. But then even more so, it makes me still wonder who the fuck the white-haired Beatrice was at the start of the game, because they were referred to as Beatrice, and it's making me think that there is two Beatri, I don't know. Or should I say it was once correct? I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. Maybe I should call it a cage made of flesh. Interesting, Kay. So she's effectively furniture. Is she like the god furniture? I'm gonna write this down in the notes. Oops. Can't type. Jesus, I cannot read right now. Okay. What's that supposed to mean? This is starting to sound weird. You probably won't believe it anyway. Listen first. I was a great witch who had lived for 1,000 years, but at some time I was summoned by Kinzo, and by his hidden arts I was bound at... Oh, and that's probably why I bet you she wanted to be killed. And Rosa probably inadvertently did that. Dude, the whole last chapter probably looks so different under the guise of knowing that Rosa's had some confrontation with Beatrice in the past. Jesus. We got the turnaround of Kinzo being an asshole quicker than I thought. Okay. Never heard that before. From what we hear in the Ushirimiya family, you were summoned by grandfather, made something like a devil's contract with him, and gave him the gold. Yeah, that is correct. Then I was supposed to hide myself until the contract was over, but, well, it's tough being a popular woman. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad, with astigmatism too. Fuck you, man, my one eye has a slight astigmatism. To fall in love with you, of all things. Well, to me it was supremely annoying. However, the power of humans is a frightening thing. He exhibited fearsome power and rooted me to this place. He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Oh my god. And this is why earlier they were saying, I think it was either Natsuhi or it was Ava, who was talking about how it was like a good thing that you end up marrying someone you don't love because over time you learn to love them. But in reality, yeah, I don't know. I think Beatrice is going to be Stockholm Syndrome the fuck out, but this is, I don't know if I agree with this. Such an overbearing man. Isn't that awesome? Everyone knows grandfather's obsessed with the occult, but who knew he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Ridiculous. You think I believe such a weird story? As I thought, you don't believe. All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest. You're the 19th person on Rokenjima, right? Indeed. Just as you imagine, this is deep in the forest of Rokenjima, a hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world. Its name is Kuwadorian, 9 Birds Retreat. Okay, I'm just gonna put the name of the... Beatrice says the hidden mansion on Rokenjima is called Kuwadorian. The only thing that's really weird about this is, like, by what ability would Kinzo have been able to trap Beatrice there if she was at her full powers? I guess that's the whole point, is that she wanted to restore her whole power to be able to free herself. Come to think of it, I heard that the guest house's real name was Orion. I still do not know how to say that. I would say... I literally... Torian? I mean, there's just like, I don't know. Fuck that. Too many A's. Too many vowels next to each other, man. I see the naming sense is similar, so you were grandfather's lover who lived here in secret. Isn't that right? Lover isn't the right way to say it. Yeah, no, you were imprisoned. Should probably call it Kinzo's unrequited... Oh, so base. I mean, she's still available, boys. Kinzo's unrequited love. I spoke of it just recently, correct? He fell in love with me of his own accord. He then courted me, but I rejected him. Then I was shut up in this hidden man. Bro, holy fucking actual Stockholm Syndrome, except not really, because he... bro, what crazy. Beatrice rejected Kinzo and locked her ass away in Kuwadorian, aka... Wait, now that I read this... 9 Birds Retreat. Who are the other birds? I don't know. Birds, sometimes, in slang, refers to women. We talked about how she's been in a bird cage. Who are the other birds? Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion. No, I shouldn't say that I was shut up in this mansion. It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. I have no idea what you just said at the end there. You will just make fun of it and not listen, right? After all, you say that you don't believe in witches or magic. You have no ears to hear what I will tell you, or what I tell you. Saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. Bro made a homunculus. I'll decide whether I believe or not. After all, I don't hear it. If I don't hear it, the story won't move on. I mean, quite literally, bro. He's like, press spacebar, dumb fuck. Tell me, the story of your past. Alright. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart just because of that. He wanted to get my consent no matter what. Ooh. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. Really is overbearing. No one likes a man who can't take it. Real. Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, to make a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, it wasn't unpleasant. However, I never nodded my head. I tried what I could to escape his restrictions, but that barrier was firm and I couldn't break it. And then, after trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away my body of flesh. The physical body is a vessel, which carries many restrictions in terms of magic. Throw away your body of flesh, so she got Rosa to kill her somehow. What's that? Something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I am not a spirit. Even though I am a witch, in the beginning, I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me throwing away that physical body, well, it didn't mean the same thing as death. It did require a corresponding level of resolve. So in other words, you made up your mind that you couldn't be released except by suicide. Is that what you mean? It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. Okay, bro, we're gonna get into some Scientology shit? It was not easy even for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier. After all, I am a free spirit. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't understand this story Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh, so it was maybe the whole thing behind the ritual is like a way to accept, like to get Beatrice to accept his love. As anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death? So you're saying you committed suicide. What are you saying? Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair? That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo. Cage? You mean this mansion? No, I mean my body, relaxing in the garden chair over there. After I became a soul and tried to escape, even then Kinzo had no intention of allowing me to escape. Yes, indeed, he is a frightening person. Normally seeing the woman of your one-sided desires take her own life should be enough to bring anyone to their senses, even if their love was 100 years old. I suppose it makes him somewhat of a mage after all. Don't try to speak in riddles with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. In short, what are you trying to say? That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. That he would be able to exhibit this much power. Tying down a spirit of the dead is not a level readily attained, even for a mage seeking that as his specialty. Because I knew that Kinzo's fearful magic power shocked me then for the first time. Then Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized body, or to hold a seized soul, cannot be made, not from iron nor from lead. There's but one exception. What? You aren't going to say it was a magical cage or something, are you? Wrong. That body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a spirit down to this world. Okay, so she got summoned into this world. Kinzo used something to try and keep her there. She killed herself. He trapped her soul into a body so that she couldn't leave. Kinzo shut my soul up once more into a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me. Okay, yeah, so he built basically a perfect copy of furniture. So in summary, is it something like this? Grandfather persistently courted you. You started to hate it. You committed suicide. You weren't clever enough to finish the job. You really took a roundabout way to say something like that. That's wrong. My soul was shut up in the seat of a homunculus. Oh, I literally said that earlier, you fuck, I said it! And I was born out of a test tube. Huh? Ridiculous. It's goddamn impossible and you know it. Kinzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life, and only to shut my soul up in that cage. That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love. A thoroughly terrifying person. Okay, it's really gotten to the point of ridiculousness now. Say whatever you want, I won't believe a word of it. Just do what you like for hell's sake. What is this unpleasant attitude? In the beginning I showed a little interest, thinking there might be some huge hint hidden, but the more I hear, the weirder the story starts to get. This is supposed to be a game about denying witches, but I get the feeling that I'm suddenly being made to swallow a witch story. Sorry, I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Just keep on rambling to yourself as much as you want. I'll be here digging out some earwax or something. That's so mean, bro. I like Beatrice, I'm sorry. I'm no better than Kinzo. When I started to show a cold attitude, Beato acted unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still brazen, but I had the feeling that I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness because I hadn't found the story of her past interesting. In that really easy to understand expression of hers. Yeah, man, maybe when you've been fucking 1,000 years alone by yourself, maybe you just want someone to hang with. You want someone to connect with. You fucking dumbass. For some reason, that slight reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my couldn't care less attitude, I decided to humor her slightly. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her... Okay, bro. Good man. Rosa said she's a woman. She has womanly charms. I can't deny it. Well, I absolutely have no desire to believe you, but keep going. I'll listen to your story in place of cookies. So you treat the story of my past like cookies. You think that if you abuse me like that, I will just casually tell you? After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like, even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by other people. Classic. She's a crybaby. Just then, my cup of black tea suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as human once more. Before I had realized it, the demon butler had appeared and taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it, and I bet you there's gonna be some fucking meme that he's gonna say, or that Beatrice is gonna say, where she said that Kinzo put like some condition on the homunculus that I wasn't able to kill myself, and so then she had some fucking meme set up where she got Rosa to kill her as a way to get around it. Ronove, that is enough of that story. He says that it is too ridiculous to listen to. I now also feel ridiculous and have no intention of speaking. Some new cookies are currently being baked. I thought that until then the story of Milady's past would be a perfect substitute. I already said that I've had enough of talking about me. You're both unpleasant people. I'm leaving. Ronove, leave as soon as you are done serving. No idle talking with Badler. Certainly. I will make an effort. Damn, bro, you actually chased her off. What the fuck's the matter with you? Pito's confusing female short temper took hold of her and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. Damn, bro. Fucking Ava ain't the only one bringing that misogynistic streak. Let's go, baby. That crazy female rage that only females have, am I right, boys? After that, only Ronove and the scent of the black tea were left. I feel kind of bad for making her angry. It appears that you are aware of it, so there's nothing more to be said. Wait a second. Weren't you the one that pushed her over the ledge? The edge? Poo 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 poo. My, whatever could you mean? Would you care for some sugar and milk? Just milk will be fine. And I also want some cookies. You are aware that baking cookies will take some more time. There's a substitute, you said? Certainly. If you would listen quietly, I will continue the story. It's weird that he knows the story. It said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Yes. Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. Okay, I'm gonna write this down in very particular. Ronove states, Milady's soul. Sorry, I'll show this. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I had the backstory there in case I ever come back and look at this, although I don't think I'm going to forget this part. However, because she was a baby, even if Kinzo tried to profess his love to her, it would be useless. This guy is a fucking freak. I knew he was. I didn't imagine it was going to be a turnaround this quick. What a fucking freak, man. You aren't saying grandfather shut the baby up in this hidden mansion until it grew to reach the same age? Yes, that is what I'm saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit receives a strong influence from its vessel. Milady lost all of her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. And you're saying that's the Beato sitting in the garden chair. Okay, so she lost all her memories on becoming... We're gonna create a new verb here. Homunculized. Good verb right there. Yes, that is correct. She grew to be completely identical, however she did not possess her power as a witch. I must stress that Milady was a human. Okay. At this time, she had none of her power. She had a witch's soul, but was effectively just a human. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair looking up at the sky, asked that same question again. The only thing that makes me wonder about this now is, like, who's to say that Kinzo didn't do this with other people? Because now we know that they age normally. I'm gonna put this in the notes too. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair looking up at the sky, asked that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time she was born, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? Essentially, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice, fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't nod her head in agreement, and so he got angry and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed, so she finally chose her own death. And then, maybe there was a girl that looked just like Beatrice. No, baby. And grandfather raised this child with care, and maybe grandfather didn't view this child as his daughter. Shut my soul up once more into a cage of flesh. Where it probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story that weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuwadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that Hidden Mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? A hidden mansion called Kuwadorian does exist in the forests of Rokenjima. Okay, so I'll put this in the red text, but we now have confirmation that it does exist, which is not really surprising at all. The better question is now, it's very likely that the Beatrice that we know was the person whose perspective we were playing through at the start of this chapter, but now the better question becomes, who the fuck was that other witch? Huh? Red. Ronove used the red to say that Kuwadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used? Even if I am not much of one, I am a demon all the same. Please keep this a secret from milady, yes? Yeah. Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronove could also use that red. I really hope that the one thing they do in this game is obviously a battle of wits between us and Beatrice. The one thing I hope they don't do is I hope they don't kind of sidestep it in an essence by... Like, think about it like this. Let's say we get to, like, the final end of the game and Beatrice has played, like, a perfect game. And then we find out that, like, there's just another character that can use red or does something else that ends up selling her out and fucking her over. Like, I'd be kind of pissed by that. Of course, it's the red of a crafty man. I don't know how far I can accept it, but anyway, I might be able to get some hint out of it. So that Beato relaxing in the Garden of Kuwadorian and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth? Yes, it is the truth. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. A very, like... say, in the past, ... Also, I'm sorry, but this is probably gonna be the last chapter. My eye is, like, actually really bad right now. I can almost barely see out of it. I'm playing, like, one-eyed right now. Don't know what's going on. I'm probably gonna go and buy an eye patch tomorrow, because I don't know what the fuck I did. Well, no, I know what I did, but it shouldn't be this bad this long after, and I don't really know why it is, so... Probably gonna go to bed and try and help somehow. But thanks a lot. I'll ask for some more red. She said that she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist? I'm unable to answer that question. The reason is that it would cause a stalemate. A stalemate? What do you mean? Is a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in a game becomes impossible? This is the opposite. Okay, because yeah. Ronove refuses. Sorry, It refers to a situation in which all moves disappear, resulting in a kind of deadlock. In chess, this would lead to a draw, just as if there were a perpetual check. However, there is no draw in this game between you and milady, therefore I'm unable to answer in red any question that would bring about a stalemate. You're speaking in riddles by saying something I don't really understand, but when it comes down to it, you're just trying to trick me because you can't say in red that something magical like a homunculus exists, right? If I were to say in red that witches exist, what would you do, Battler? That's what we're having this big fight over whether or not to believe, right? If you told me that outright, there'd be nothing more to discuss. It'd be game over. If I said witches exist in red, would you have no room for argument? However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Battler, you probably wouldn't accept it. However, after being told that, in red, you would have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof. In this situation, Battler, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument, and it would become a deadlock. Even though a checkmate would not have been reached, no more moves would exist. Since you would not be able to make your next move, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That'd be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this form in red. So to cut to the chase, you mean that questions that leave no room for discussion are prohibited. Makes sense, I guess. If I was told witches exist in red, I'd have to give up from the start. I'm pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask a question of a different form. Can you respond to the repetition request she dodged about the number of people on this island? Milady held back on the request, and of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to act too forward. Ronove made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless. Yeah, this guy's definitely not too loyal to her. Just when I thought you might be useful. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beato's memories, right? When did it happen? It couldn't be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967. World of 19 years ago, okay. I'm writing this down in the notes. This is the world. Typical me is gonna have to go back and see when Higurashi happened, because it was around that time. Okay. Let's go through the story one more time. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather had a person with whom he fell in unrequited love called Beatrice, and he confined her in this hidden mansion and continually courted her, but she was stubborn and didn't say yes. I wouldn't say stubborn, bro. She didn't love him back. The fuck? Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being unable to escape from here and probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put into a homunculus and, no, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably left a daughter behind when she died. That is a very gross insinuation. Battler, while refusing to admit to the homunculus theory. Let me show my... The talk about the soul being put in a new body probably meant that grandfather raised that child believing it to be the reincarnation of Beatrice. In that case, Beato must have existed on this island for at least the last 19 years as the 19th person, and then, we know that Rosa killed her, according to the earlier part. I'm starting to get confused. In any event, none of this leaves the realm of guesswork. The only thing that I can definitely say in red is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That is correct. Okay, so I'll just say, in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, Rockin' Jimmy, Beatrice existed as a human. Oh, thank you. That really helps. Congratulations, with this you've made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. The 19th human outside of the 18 who you can blame just as you longed for. A sacrificial sheep that you can shift the blame of any crime onto. And you must be so glad that it is Milady. I mean, the funny thing is that obviously it's not too much of a stalemate move to offer that up, so it can't be that big of information. Ronove laughed indiscreetly. Somehow I didn't like his phrasing, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. Right. Auntie Rosa said it. Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What does that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Ronove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and made to wind the crown. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind Ronove's back and take the form of a person. It's her story to tell, brother. You don't get to do that. Was it Beato? Rosa. Someone else. Ready? Rosa. No. Lucifer. It was her. That oldest sister of the Seven Stakes who loved tormenting me more than anything else. If I don't think myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to play along with their torture game. Ronove. So you were still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice. My. What kind of urgent business could it be? It appears as though I have spent slightly too long chatting with you, Battler. Well then, Battler, if you will excuse me, please continue to enjoy your game with Milady. Yeah. I'll enjoy it as best I can, because the conversations are more lively with you than with Beato, and you use the red more graciously. Come talk again anytime. Battler, despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. I cannot do something that Milady does not... Exactly, that's what I'm saying earlier. What I said in red was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she sulked. So she really was sulking then. Not nice, man. Why are you guys so mean? Seeing me and Ronove incomprehensibly hitting it off, that Seven Stakes chick cocked her head slightly. Ronove, we're keeping Beatrice waiting. Let us hurry. Yes, I will come immediately. Well then, Battler, I shall see you later. It appears that we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have the feeling that we can become good friends. If by that you mean partners at gossiping behind Beato's back. Ronove! Yes. And if you will excuse me. Maybe it was because she really didn't like seeing him act friendly with me, or maybe it was because she had really been told to hurry. The Seven Stakes babe bellowed sharply at Ronove, and he laughed foolishly and disappeared as if running away. How can I, the eldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory, be called on for this level of work? Beatrice could easily have told one of the younger sisters, who look like they have so much free time for something like this. Sheesh. Why so grumpy, girl? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one? How thoughtful. Then shall I take one? I lightly pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie on it over to her. Thank you. Like, cut your arm off. As though coming as a replacement for the period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers had sharply extended and were stuck a hair's breadth into the gaps between my fingers and the hand I had used to push the plate. It had happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers prickled. Those razor-like blades were sticking sharply into the back of my hand and into the spaces between my fingers. By those 3 blades, my carelessly outstretched right hand was not even permitted to shake, and all I could do now was allow a single line of cold sweat to drip down. Wowee. Isn't it about time you cut your nails, babe? Lucifer. That is my noble name. Honored furniture serving Beatrice, and the eldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory. I'm not like my disgraceful and cretinous younger sisters. If you don't show the proper respect, you will regret it. How would I regret it? I don't have a clue. Stupid kid. You really want me to play with you that much? You really can't get me out of your mind? I'll thrust my stake deep, deep into you and make you really enjoy being gouged, got it? You bitch. One day I'll push you down. Oh, Jesus Christ, say that back to you. Oh, really? I'll be looking forward to that then. Okay. Skip the hentai chapter, man. I'm trying to get to what fucking happened with Rosa. Oh, Jesus. Gonna kill you and reform you or something? Oh, they're gonna just say, they're gonna let Rosa describe it. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kiri intervened. If something like she had just mentioned really had happened, it was an abominable past that she wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less gathered the resolve to talk. This means that she has a little bit of a relationship with Rosa more so than anybody else. How old was I then, I wonder? Probably middle school, or I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that old. Maybe about 20 years ago. Middle school. Wait, we can pause this. Middle school. You're in middle school, that means you're grades 6 through 8 at least here, which means you are ages 12 through 14, which means that Rosa is in her early 30s. Boom, we've aged them. The fact that my grades weren't very good and Mother was always angry at me. I was trying to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't respond to Mother's expectations at all. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time. Fuck up, bitch. You didn't sympathize with shit. You say that even though you were always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Ava? So, where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa? Hideyoshi, you mustn't rush her now. It's alright, Rosa. Tell us at your leisure. Thank you. It was a day when I had been scolded particularly harshly by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me horribly, saying that I was a disgrace to the Ushirimiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could. But I had none of Krause's dignity, I couldn't get excellent grades like Ava, and I had no leadership like Rudolph. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything, and I almost wanted to ask myself why I had even been born into the Ushirimiya family. I didn't know why I had been born. On that day I had the experience of my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time since I was born, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Even though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokenjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion, and the way I was at the time. I wonder if there's going to be like some secret meme with this, that this is like the Lost Forest or whatever in like the old Zelda game. Majora's Mask. I think it's Majora's. I haven't played Zelda, so I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Where like the mansion only opens its way to the people who they want to allow to visit, if that makes sense. In a way, it was like running away from home, or maybe a half-hearted suicide. I wanted to disappear, or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I thought childishly that if I went into the center of the forest, I could escape from the Ushirimiya house, or maybe I could get back at them by getting lost and making them worry. And then you went to the forest that you've been told not to go into. Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason, but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place there that no one knew about, which might become a hidden house just for me. Starting by the beach, it'd be impossible to go all the way around. It becomes a cliff part way, right? There's no way you could pass that way, of course. So I kept going wherever I could, kept going deeper and deeper in. It was a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, and it would be that much greater of an escape from the Ushirimiya family, which made me feel good. How shameful. you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally, this could be taken as him covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company was not making any profits. Quit it. Now's not the time for sarcasm. And then you arrived there by coincidence. See, this is what I'm gonna say, man, okay? Rudolph, you know, he has his problems. He seems like he's, like, well-adjusted for the most part. I respect Rudolph, okay? Beatrice's hidden mansion. Rosa nodded weakly. And how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Natsui, is there a map of this island? No, not right here and now. That would be impossible. I was just walking randomly. Even if you showed me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they had thought that some hint related to the witch's epitaph, or maybe even the gold itself, might be resting there in that hidden mansion. The only part of Rokonjima that got made ready for development is the area around the mansion. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it would probably take considerable effort to survey the entire island. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the contractors who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, we could probably find some way to search for it. Yes, there should be more ways to do it now that there isn't a question about whether it exists or not. Probably worth investigating right away. We will do that investigation together as siblings. We won't let you do it alone, Nissan. It wasn't certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but it seemed that the fireworks between Kraus and Ava had already begun. Give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa, please continue. Yes. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, it felt like I had come across something like an animal trail. I had no idea how far I'd walked, and I was very tired. By then, I was just naturally taking the easiest path to walk on. As I did, suddenly right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant I spun around thinking that I might have returned to the original mansion. Of course there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest, but this fence was decorated differently, and most of all, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2-story, Jesus Christ. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. Actual Danganronpa 3 shit? At the time I believed the legend of the Witch of the Forest Beatrice. I'd been told that she was frightening, and some of the servants told me that she would sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I'd started to lose confidence in how my life was going, I believed that the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's what made me think it. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she would definitely save me, so I thought I would try to go in. But that fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I could go over it. So I decided to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I would eventually reach a gate, but it wasn't that easy. The fence had a length to match its height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have been enclosing a very massive area, or maybe it just felt that way because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, because I couldn't find a gate for a while, I started to feel sad as though the witch had rejected me. Aww. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree, whose twisted root had bent the fence. I might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I would be able to sneak in. And that was the hidden mansion. I don't know whether it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about, still at the very least it wasn't a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. Dude, how fucking big is this island? I said it was like 10 kilometers, bro. This shit sounds like it's fucking massive. I know shorter distances in uncultivated areas are like, you know, it makes it seem like it's a lot more, but my god. And then the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. I think that Rokonjima, where I had believed no one other than us lived, had been hiding such a wonderful mansion. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and was so lovely. It was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was 1 or 2 sizes smaller than ours, but it was very elegant, and yet it was a very elegant and yet lovely mansion. And then I saw her. I saw her sitting in a garden chair, positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from the portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. That a person would be wearing it as their normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That magical scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me then that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. Since in my shock I'd forgotten to hide myself, she eventually noticed me. At first her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural. I guessed that she didn't know it had suddenly appeared. I automatically bowed my head, feeling that I should greet her and apologize for entering without permission. Will they show her sprite is the question. Who are you? A new gardener. Those were the first words she said to me. That calmed me down a little bit, because I realized that she could be talked with. Because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes. Oop, I didn't mean to skip that. Okay, it's not letting me scroll up. Like the terrifying witch in that fairy tale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself. I am Ushirimiya Rosa. Ushirimiya. Oh, so you're one of Kinzo's family. Huh? Yes, I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was just a little surprised. After all, father was a great man feared by everyone, and she had referred to him without using honorifics. Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck him! So she quickly became frightening. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over to her. I obeyed, although filled with belated trepidation. After all, I thought I really might be turned into a frog. And the closer and closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, I said it several times already, but that woman in her dress and the flower garden in the mansion, that entire harmony was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It surely wouldn't have surprised me even if she actually was actually a witch, and I was truly lucky she didn't turn me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down. Sit. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my only pleasure. That said, I have nothing else to find pleasure in. As she said that, she showed an unhappy smile for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question suddenly. Are you the witch of the forest, Beatrice? Indeed, I am Beatrice. As I thought, Beatrice actually existed. Did she look just like the portrait? Yes, exactly like the portrait. But she wasn't just a witch from father's imagination. And then, what did you talk with her about? As she prepared some tea, she asked me various things about myself. First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest. It seems she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. Seems like Kinzo probably spun lies to try and keep her there. So when I told her I had reached this place by going through the forest, she was very surprised. She asked how I had managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them biscuits and they let me go? Oops, I mean alt tab. Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? Or those kinds of things, I think. Huh. That surely sounds like a witch. What an interesting person. Quiet, honey. I gotta raise my mic here. Ugh, because it's drooping. My mic needs the little blue pill, okay, man? The stand. It's actually the stand that's drooping, not the mic. Quiet, honey. It was a long time ago. But didn't father threaten us, saying that wolves lived in the forest so we shouldn't get close to there? So again, this was just another lie that he told, and it seems like he kept the same lie with her just to keep them away. Yes, there was a time like that. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago. What a childish trick. I don't remember, though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I ever heard about wolves. You were still in elementary school, don't you remember? You actually went and replied that you'd want to try petting the wolves. So father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch. Such obvious lies. Ha 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 ha. At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? Aw. I mean, they're all kind of like douchebags now. Actually, honestly, Kraus seems to be the worst, but like, I don't know why I want to defend Rudolph. Rudolph seems, it's kind of cute. I see even Rudolph used to have that cute period. Aw. Oh, put a lid on it. I was just a kid. Well, anyway. If father was the one who shut Beatrice up in there, it makes sense that he would use the same wolf story. To him, the vast forest of Rokenjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds, the Ushirimiya family and his mistress's mansion. If you think about the height of that fence, it does seem that father had turned the whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell, just like a national border dividing his two separate worlds. Forget the wolves. Were there any kinds of stray dogs there at the time? Dude, it's even more fucked up how Beatrice tortured Rosa then, too, at the end of the last episode, man, because Rosa actually helped her. Rosa pulled like a Shannon and helped her, and she fucking repaid it by killing her. Although, again, this is just one loop. Maybe she's done it many more times. And she also had to fucking make Rosa kill her. Like, that's crazy. Somehow. Forget the wolves. Were there any kinds of stray dogs there at the time? It could have been a fence to protect against those. There are no wolves or stray dogs on Rokanjima, just as Nissan and Kiri are saying. That fence was probably a border between us and Beatrice. However, she innocently believed the story about the wolves. That's pretty naive. That's nothing like the way I'd imagine a witch. Yeah, but she knew nothing other than the inside, bro. There's like Plato's cave, bro. You're stuck inside the cave the whole fucking time. If all you have to see is the shadows, you're gonna believe the shadows are real, and Kinzo's the one that's controlling the shadows, so no shit. That's right. I also sense that. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch, but she was somehow very childish, and how should I say it? Too honest? It gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. If I had to describe it, it was almost as though she had come from a fairy tale land. She was a truly mysterious person. What happened after that? Did you end up talking about Dad at all? Yeah. Once every few days, sometimes on an arranged day and sometimes suddenly, Father would appear casually, and they would drink tea together or take a walk or something, she said. And that by coincidence, she was by herself on the day I visited. I see. Truly a mistress, then. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but not bad, Father. I remain firmly convicted that it was not an indecent relationship. Gosh, you are an idiot. There's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality. What happened next? What did you talk about after that? Because I had introduced myself, I then asked her about herself. When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I say it? She seemed very listless and lonely. Aww. It was the same expression as the one I had first seen on her face. Well, that's because she was his hidden mistress. If she just walked around wherever she liked, she might have been discovered by Mother. I'm sure that situation was almost like house arrest. Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt very constrained. No surprise she felt it hard. And then? It was definitely something on her mind. I remember getting the impression that it wasn't something that I could just resolve by talking to her. And feeling very sad about it as well. She seemed to have forgotten that I was even there. She was gazing vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time. I thought that I must have said something wrong, but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could offer words of apology. So I too remained silent for a long, long time until she remembered that I was there. When she did, she muttered unexpectedly. I want you to kill me, Rosa. Kill me, Rosa. Kill me, Rosa. Kill me, Rosa. Are there really no wolves beyond the fence? Yes. I've never seen wolves even in a zoo. What is this zoo? It's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. Aww. It's kind of cute seeing human Beatrice. Poor girl. Are there no wolves in a zoo? Then, that might not be scary. Even if there were wolves, all these animals are put in cages, so it's safe. So you can feel safe as you look and learn about them. Look at and learn about them. So why is Beatrice literally Shadowheart? Why is she, afraid of wolves? Witch of the Forest, of all people, was for some reason scared of and didn't like wolves. I remembered it looked pretty comical. How does that differ from myself? Huh? She didn't even know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult to get a person like her who had never been to one to understand. Quite the opposite. As I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. It seemed that although this mansion surrounded by a high fence appeared at a glance to afford her a completely provided for life of comfort, she couldn't see how she was different from the animals shut up in cages. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and it does certainly seem to be the name of a great witch as you say. But that is not me. I can't use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something mysterious about her. It wasn't just that she was somehow at odds with the world, but it seemed that she truly believed that a thing called magic actually exists. I think she talked about various weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was, this might be a pitiful person. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely understood herself that she was pitiful. But since she didn't know anything, it seemed that she couldn't realize that this was unhappiness. Nay-san, long ago, I told you that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage. I remember you said this to me. A bird that only knows the inside of a cage doesn't long for the outside. But she wasn't a bird. She was ultimately a human. Even if she had never been outside the cage, she understood that it wasn't the whole world. So, I invited her. You want to try going outside the fence? There really aren't any wolves. I know what's gonna happen. It's exactly what I said. So remember how I said, like, I thought that Beatrice was, like, confined to her body or something? Or I said that, there was some way that he made it so, like, she couldn't kill herself. I think what he actually did is he probably erected a barrier to keep things out, or rather not to keep things out, but to keep her in. And she probably tried to cross the barrier and got like fucking obliterated by it. So Rosa by accident suggested like, hey, like, well, why don't you like follow me? We can go outside. And she's gonna walk outside the barrier and get like fucking scorched alive or something. You'll definitely be safe. I want to leave, but the gate is always closed. There's a place I came in through. There's a crack you can slip through. If we go through there, is there a world outside? Yes. There really aren't any wolves? No, none at all. This is a good music track, by the way. I wanted to mention that. I'd only planned to invite her for a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she were seriously deliberating over something. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for. I have had enough of this place. I want to go outside. And I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and the purpose for which I was born. I didn't know what her life had been like until then. It was probably something that she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say that she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say that she would stay. To liken it to something, perhaps it was similar to how a hot fireplace on a winter's day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need the courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside sometime. But since she didn't know about the outside world, to take that first step outside must have required an unimaginable amount of courage. She had taken that into consideration and resolved herself. She had put the resolution to go outside into words, for what was surely the first time in her entire life. I hesitated slightly. It had been decided that she would live here by father. It was as if she was father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, wouldn't I be harshly scalded by father? I want to see. See what? I want to see a zoo. Oh, it's gonna make me emotional, man. This is sad. I was a little surprised when she finally showed me a very soft smile. That might have been an inner peace, coming from her newfound readiness to venture out from her cage. A soft smile which I wouldn't have imagined could have come out of that dark face. When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't know about this thing called school, nor about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about amusement parks. And I think from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about them. Will you take me there? This is so sad, man. What the fuck? I don't know why this make me sad. Huh? Yes. And it's even worse that she died because of this too. Because I'm assuming there's a barrier of some kind that prevents her, that will harm her from leaving, and that's gonna kill her, and it's terrible because all Rosa was trying to do is be like, hey man, let's go out and explore. This is fucking terrible. I was nervous about how I would do it and keep it a secret from father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But it seemed that the meaning behind my vague expression was not communicated to her. It seemed that she believed that I would really take her to all those places if we left. She was pure and genuine. She probably had never been tricked by anyone. No. Maybe it should be said that she hadn't been taught how to doubt. Her face was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. I wanted to somehow grant her modest wish. I have had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So, I want you to take me from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kenzo again. Please take me from here, Rosa. This is so sad. However, that responsibility was one that a child such as me couldn't possibly bear fully, but her serious gaze and her brilliant smile, almost as though an evil spirit had lifted from her, made me feel a little courage start to rise up inside myself. This was definitely something that would get me in a lot of trouble, but it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it will turn out, but I'll take her out. Of course, I won't be able to ask help from father, and not mother either. Should I talk to Oni? Or One-sama? I have to say it because it doesn't make sense. Should I talk to Oni-sama or One-sama? No, what about that reliable Genji? Or, that's right, what about Kumasawa, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here, because this is no longer a place where she wishes to be. And so I took her to the crack in the fence and let her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around, but after that fear disappeared, she seemed somehow to be having fun even just walking around this dense forest. Every time she found something, she would ask me about it, and they were all really minor things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It was really like... This is so fucking sad. It was really like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. So to her, who had stepped out of the world, this was You know, it's strange. In the beginning when I first saw her, I thought that she was the absolute incarnation of a witch relaxing by a witch's mansion. And now it was different. Or actually the complete opposite. She had gone out of a world she had believed to be finite, and was full of joy at realizing for the first time that the world was endless. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I almost felt like the rabbit holding a watch. Aww. To her it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But as for me, the truth was, I was completely bewildered. After all, I had walked randomly to get there. So there was no way I could have known the way back to the mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized that it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it could be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who had brought her outside. Somehow I had to take responsibility and resolve this situation. So I thought that for now we shouldn't just go out to the sea. If we followed the coast around, eventually we should definitely be able to make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I had imagined. After all, I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I had immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by, and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I even knew where I was walking. But I didn't have the luxury to complain, because that woman falling behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. Therefore, for the sake of her smile, if nothing else, I absolutely had to guide her out of this forest. Gritting my teeth so that I didn't show her a troubled face, I pushed my way onward through the pathless woods. This is so sad, man. And although we had various troubles, we were lucky enough to make it to the sea. At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island, but for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. Of course, although I said that we reached the sea, we were on the top of a rocky cliff. Oh, is she gonna fall off the fucking cliff? Oh, because he said he pushed her. Ronave said that. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I thought that even though it was a rocky beach, an open area would probably be much easier to walk in. So I planned to somehow go down the rocky cliff. It did look pretty dangerous, and I wondered if there was some other way. However, Beatrice agreed with my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she obeyed me truly obediently, almost as though she were some kind of chick who believed I was a mother bird. I reached to see if there wasn't some place where I could go down the cliff. Then I found a place where the cliff had crumbled into a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down on both hands and both legs like I was crawling, I thought it would probably be okay. Excuse me, how the fuck does that make sense? I thought you were gonna say that if you like... Okay, I don't know, whatever, I'll accept that. Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if you aren't careful, but for now, if we go down the beach and walk along it, I think we can avoid getting lost anymore. If you will do that, then let's go. I find this getting lost to be fun also. I'm very happy. This is so fucking terrible, dude. I fucking hate Kinzo so much, dude. I already didn't like the guy, and I like him even less now. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no mistake that she had lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her once more to be careful. I cautiously examined the place where we could go down. It looked pretty high up. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you looked at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion, so 10 meters down, I mean, that's still a pretty fucking fair distance, brother. Looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the Tokyo Tower's observation room. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never been taught that high places were dangerous. You know, maybe she truly believed that she was a witch, and that she could fly, but there wasn't anything dangerous. Please be careful. It's pretty high. I will be careful. I see there's a beach if we go down there. Is there an aquarium? No, there are no aquariums on this island, but I think there are a lot of fish in the sea. I see. So there are fish. Are there whales and dolphins and penguins and the like you talked about? No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those, and there aren't any aquariums unless you leave the island. Is that so? I look forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're really big fish and, aren't they mammals? And they spit out seawater. Oh, then the dolphins? They're really smart fish and, aren't they also mammals? They're really smart and they can be taught tricks and stuff. Oh, then what about the penguins? Weren't they birds? What's this? Didn't you say there were fish in aquariums? There isn't only fish. They're full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean. Oh, I really am looking forward to that. This is making me so fucking sad, by the way. I am like, this is terrible. Some might have described it as a funny, rushed and short voice. No. Probably it was a scream, I think. She suddenly made a sound like that. Her body separated from the cliff and gently fell down. I immediately thought to say to her, "How many times did I warn you to be careful?" It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something happens, trying to show that they are not at fault. Of course I said it too. "Are you alright? How many times did I warn you?" We get like a gored out picture here of her fucking body twisted like a pretzel. Oh my god, this is terrible. So, after she fell from the cliff, what happened? What happened to her, Rosa? Rosa fell silent. Her gaze fell to her feet, as though she was seeing through the floor to some disgusting memory. She died, right? Ava's brutal words were the ones that Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation. Yes, she died. It was a rocky beach. Many sharp and dangerous rocks lay exposed. Her eyes were still open. The blood kept pouring out. Suddenly a red carpet was spreading out. I spoke to her. I shook her, but she refused to respond. Not a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew that her outfit was difficult to move in, I said that we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts. Aww. How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Honestly, just turning into a lump of meat without me? It's me, because Lucifer killed me. I was just flirting with your friend, the sexy-ass chick. More importantly, what is all this? It is as you see. I missed my footing, fell down, and died. What did you say? Even though you appeared as the 19th person, you say you died. Don't mess with me. That can't be. Auntie Rosa was a kid, and she was panicking. It's not like there was a doctor. She probably made a mistake, thinking you were dead and you probably, were in a state of apparent death or something, but actually alive, right? Here comes red text, ready? It can't be. She's obviously alive. Otherwise she wouldn't be here in front of me, right? Ready? Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes! Say it! Okay, she's not doing it. At kid-age, Auntie Rosa was shaking Beatrice's body, crying. I too stared into that face, but her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to brush it off with something vague like a state of apparent death, but from any angle there was nothing apparent about it. She really didn't look anything but dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. You would die, wouldn't you? From that height? On those rocks? But I can't accept that. No matter how dead she looks, she has to be alive. And she became this damn irritating witch. That way all of the inconsistencies fit. She'd been confined by grandfather in a hidden mansion the whole time, and then to avenge herself she planned out a revenge, and would go on to commit a number of atrocious murders. Auntie Rosa probably just mistakenly thought that she was dead, but she was really alive, and as soon as Auntie Rosa left, she miraculously started breathing again. And then she somehow lived until today, and would open the curtain on the scene of her revenge. Otherwise the facts don't fit together. I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she died for certain? She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look like being alive to you? She's definitely dead. Okay, this is interesting that she said she. It's just interesting that she says she, and she doesn't say, like, I don't know, again, it's just a weird thing, because you're not saying, like, yes, I actually died then. Sorry, I'm writing right now. My theory that the 19th person was grandfather's mistress, who was a human Beatrice, broke down. I thought I had managed to segue from a defensive position into a counterattack, but then who are you? You just died this very minute. You aren't going to say that you revived yourself with magic, are you? I think I've already explained it, though. The me that is lying over there definitely has my soul, but that body was nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. And that cage of flesh was thus broken. You understand what that means? I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl talk. I'll listen instead of eating a cookie. What the? It's empty! Hey, can I get some more black tea? Ronove? Our guest wants some black tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Ronove appeared. Butlers sure are convenient. A refill, is it? Certainly. How much shall I pour you? Well, I've got more than enough to go with it. Half will be fine. Filling it to the brim regardless is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top with tea. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence. Wait, open your eyes. Beatrice! Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. Ah, so I fell from there and died. I believed that was true for a while. Mind you, remember, I just want to point this out, this weird like spirit thing. This happened to Jessica and Cannon as well. I want you to recall that. Jessica and Cannon also had this. They were talking afterwards when they both died. It is of importance because Cannon is furniture. Beatrice was created by Kinzo. Looking at you, Jessica. Remember, talked about Kraus and Natsui having trouble getting pregnant. All I'm gonna say, just remember that. I believe that was true for a while. After that, I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse and watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. I have finally been able to escape from Kinzo's restrictions. Eventually, I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years, and then I remembered that I had been summoned by Kinzo, and for a long time had been imprisoned by him. While I had been imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I had completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental but fortunate death, I had now finally brought myself together. Rosa, you're probably regretting that you brought about my death, but as for me, I could even thank you. Rosa was already nowhere to be seen. Had she gone to call a doctor, or had she escaped from a scene which had become frightening? That no longer matters. That soulless shell is no longer worth anything. All that aside, how frail I am now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me now. Aww. I destroyed my human form. Then I changed it to several gold butterflies. With my magic power as frail as it is now, this form is easier. And that explains why the servants would see the butterflies around the mansion. And to escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and lightly passed over the cliff. It would probably be somewhere cooler, or somewhat cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my original power. And I think of how I will pay Kinzo back for all that he's done. Based, actually. I'm on Beatrice's side. If the witch shit and the magic is all true, I'm on her side. Fuck Kinzo. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure I had once possessed, and that I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days. It might require 1,000 days, or maybe even more. That was 19... Well, it was 19 years prior, right? Oh. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable numbers of days is no problem at all. Oh, Kinzo, you may regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Okay. And then you changed into golden butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magic power to be restored? Is that what you're saying? That is correct. I take this form to sneer at you, but normally it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies. Okay, so let's see. Beatrice claims to have returned to a form of butterflies and waited to recuperate her power such that she could restore her real form, or I should say her witch form again. And to exact revenge on Kinzo. Dude, fuck Kinzo. I actually hate this fucking guy, man. He's terrible. Sorry, I didn't show the notes, but there you go. Just the last line. Exactly what I just said out loud, but... Don't stress yourself and stay in an easy form. I wouldn't mind not hearing your irritating laugh. When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me. However, Kinzo was not about to stand there doing nothing. Still, he would be unable to immediately prepare a way to catch me. Therefore, he first moved immediately to prevent me from leaving this island, and to keep me from regaining my power. My, all I can say is that Kinzo's tenacity does defy the imagination. Is that what the torii was that he built? Like the shrine with the mirror? It is pretty tough to be loved by someone like that. A way to keep you from leaving after you became butterflies? What, did he put a bug net around the entire forest? Indeed. He did the magical equivalent. Did you know? On the scene. Yeah. Okay. We have an answer to that. Putting this in the notes. Kenzo is the one who made the shrine with the sealing mirror that Shannon eventually broke. So she probably couldn't regain her power because he put a limiter on it so that she couldn't flee. And so that's why everything started to kick off into motion. That's all I put there again, last line. Ah, that. It was gone this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by a mountaineering ascetic, right? The island was originally an island of distortions. Magical beings and other beings of similar ilk were attracted to it. The lady herself is one of them, I imagine. How about some more tea? Please. They did harm to humans, and probably left several eerie legends behind them. That small shrine was built in ancient times by an eastern mage who heard of them. A long time passed, and that power was lost. By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island's barrier, and once again tied me to this island. Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you? Normally the affinity is poor, however for the purpose of sealing me there, in a way it might have been suitable. If it was Western magic, I would have some knowledge. For any barrier there would have been some measures I could have taken, but Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup I was trying to eat. Base Western Queen. I'm stuck with chopsticks too. I'm gonna put this down. Couldn't break the barrier via magical means because it was Eastern magic, meaning she was not versed in it like a language to us. I just added that to the note that I just... In a space strongly controlled by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. It would likely have taken her 1,000 days to regain her power even under normal circumstances, and now it would take her much, much longer. You're trying to say that it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you're revived like this? I mean, 1,000... Oh, those were horribly long years. I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, and watched over him every day. I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I would get back at him. What was fortunate for me was that during those 20 years, Kinzo tried to use every magic to find and capture me, and failed in them all. A human cannot bring about miracles very many times. Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place. Yes, this is interesting. I'm gonna put this... I don't think it's very important, but... It'd be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times. Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like magic dwells in probabilistic miracles. While Kinzo searched for a hidden art to capture me again, he ended up at that. Then he finally worked out the ritual involving the offering of 13 sacrifices to revive me again. 13 sacrifices. That is the witch's epitaph. It is a poem of sacrifices. 6 people on the first, 2 on the second, and then 5 more on the 4th through 8th. A forbidden ritual involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices are chosen randomly, and the one holding the ritual, Kinzo himself, is not an exception. You're out of your mind. Are you saying that all of the gruesome murders that occurred on this island were all part of a weird ritual? I was vaguely thinking that this might be a possibility, but I can't just hear that this is the truth from a witch and a demon and say, oh, really? And accept it. There are 18 people on Rokenjima. 13 are sacrificed. Only 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me again are probably around 1/3. He bet his own life on those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life. You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that fucked up ritual? Oh yeah, real fucking funny. Don't say stuff like that, damn it. It was according to the contract from the beginning. When Kinzo's life ended, all of the gold I had lent him, and all the assets that Kinzo had created were to be received by me. Kinzo put me through a nightmarish ordeal, but thinking back on it now, it was an extraordinary period, even amidst the past 1,000 years. After all, the natural enemy of a witch is boredom. To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades, yes, considering that among other things, I might have a slight debt to him. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game. And so first off, Kinzo returns to me the Ushirmiya family head's ring. Okay, we're getting kind of the order of the ritual here, so I'm gonna write this down. First step. Kinzo returns the ring. It is the house revived by my gold, you see. Then I choose 13 people arbitrarily. Then, second, Beatrice chooses 13 people arbitrarily. for the sacrifices. And as that unfolds, you people are thrown into total confusion and show me various aspects of fabric of human relationships as you stand against me, which gives me great pleasure. She derives pleasure from the outcomes of these choices. Also, I doubt these are like arbitrary in the sense that like arbitrary does not mean the same as random. It's not the same thing. So it means she still has some like choice on how they go about. It's not like she's picking them randomly. She gets to choose based on whatever set of circumstances she wants. Sorry, I didn't mean to show that, but I mean, I'm just typing out this. I really do like this game of Kinzos. I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. Then who are you? You fell off a cliff and died, damn it. Your soul slipped out, became butterflies and went into the forest? That's a load of bullshit. But you are here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? It is true. I most surely am the 19th person. But it's no good, I'm afraid. It's no goddamn good at all. Hey, you're stealing my lines now. What the fuck? Here comes the red. Bum 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 bum. Oh! Ah! Finally! We're getting somewhere. But that doesn't mean it because she's a witch, right? There are no more than 18 humans on this. Notice this. If I had bold in my notes, I would put on this Rokenjima. That doesn't mean anything, though. She's doing semantics again. It's actually not cool because we already know that there's two Rokenjimas. There's one in the bad world, in the devil world, and one in this world, the real world. I'm putting this in the notes as well. I'll show the notes because I'm typing. I wouldn't call this semantics. Semantics isn't actually accurate here. I'd say word games. I know you could say those are close to euphemisms, but I actually would disagree a little bit. I think semantics we're going to talk about specifically like the meaning of words, where she's saying statements in such a way that they appear true but they're not. What did you say? So you're saying that the x of the 18 plus x doesn't exist? Are you saying the piece I took, the x doesn't exist? That is what it means. You have my condolences. However, my lady, you truly are a fast worker. I thought you would let him flounder around a little bit more before turning everything over at the end. Well then, Battler, would some more tea be agreeable to you? I don't want any, damn it. I don't believe. The culprit can't be one of the 18. Then what the hell are you? Why are you here? The 19th person doesn't exist, then are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise? For you, although you are reluctant to use it, doubting one of the 18 will serve as a final escape route, much like casting. However, for me, the hard part is just the beginning. You need only throw away appearances, and you can prepare a culprit freely amid the 18 people, finding a route through those 18 pieces in order to checkmate you and force you to accept me. It will be truly difficult. Like hell I'd do that. I won't doubt any of the 18. I don't want to doubt. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it, damn it, damn it. It looks like my game with you, which has lasted 3 rounds, is finally entering the endgame, doesn't it? There's nowhere to run anymore, you know. You don't want to doubt any of the beloved people in the 18, right? I can take that burden from you if you want. And yet, why do you refuse me? They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle like a magician, and the endgame like a machine. I'll corner you from here on. Slowly, carefully, clearly. On the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, as would be fitting for you? That should suit you. Let's do that. I already have a thorough knowledge of which methods of attack you cannot handle. Jesus. Now we're gonna go back to Rosa, just like, guys, please leave me the fuck alone, I don't know! Okay, so this is, oh, because this is prior to Twilight, so it's showing where everybody is. So Cannon's in the servant room, Jessica and Battler are together. Genji is with Cannon. That's the guest house. 4 people in the guest house, so Shannon and George, they're necking in the little patio thing, whatever you want to call it. Whoa! Okay, so the siblings, they're in the room again. We know Ava's gonna live this time. Probably the rest of these ones will die. Pour one out for poor Rosa, man. I want to see something when the clock advances here. I think I might finally understand what the twilights mean. Fuck you, Kenzo. Fuck you, bro. We do not like you. We do not respect Kenzo here. Fuck Kenzo. Fuck Kenzo. Ah! Oh, hey, you pulled up this time for once. Interesting that you show her in the portrait, though, if you're trying to show the location of everyone. Okay, we've hit midnight, so it was 11:30, okay? So now it's midnight. Okay, we get it, bro. The bell's ringing. We know. It's midnight. How very wonderful. Beginning of the ritual. Fuck you, Kenzo. Okay. Like I said, my eyes fucked up. I'm gonna call the stream here. We'll be back tomorrow, almost certainly. We will be back, I'm gonna guess probably about dinner time for me. So it's currently almost 6 a.m. as you can tell in the top right. I will be back probably 6 through 8 p.m. my time. So 12 to 14 hours from now. About, assuming I can get some good sleep. I think that chapter that we just went through was probably the best chapter in the game so far, or it was really up there. It was very fucking good. We're definitely starting to get down to brass tacks. Yeah. Interesting. That's all. I won't belabor the point. My eyes fucked up. I need to go. I might even have to go see a doctor tomorrow. We'll see. But, I appreciate anyone stopping by. And, as always, you can see a link to the playlists, and the playlists are on, or everything that's played on here for single player games is uploaded on the YouTube channel. Episodes released in blocks, so like this episode will not be done. I'll leave it up on Twitch, so you can watch it on Twitch, but they don't get published to YouTube until everything is done. And, in that there's also a link to my notes. I don't update the notes until the end of the chapter, but, yeah, you can see all the notes up to the end of the chapter for what's uploaded. That's all.